Alrighty. Welcome back to the stream. And welcome back once again to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, where today we are continuing onwards with Angel Path. Also, don't mind me, I'm just checking something. Okay, good. Anyway, before we get started, though, brief shout out and thanks to
a new follower,
Glaze Caterpie, who followed. That would have been last night? Yeah, late last night. So yeah, thank you for the follow. Well, not late last night, like after the stream ended, but still last night. Anyway, yeah, thank you for the follow. Let's get back into the game. Just gotta get some windows going here because I had to restart my computer right before I started the stream because things were breaking. Right. So, last time we had set up the groundwork, basically, for Angel Path, and I wasn't going to do any of the meeting stuff yet, because I wanted to get Galfrey on the team first, which means doing, you know, the stuff with her, waiting for the Ivory Sanctum and all that stuff to be dealt with first, which is odd because I guess that means I can't do I can't do, like, it's weird that I haven't found my advisor for this path yet. Like, I've not yet seen an advisor, which is really weird. No, I'm just going to dump this junk in here for a minute. I'll just store those in there for now, because one dog I'm not going to be using, I don't think, this time around. I still haven't figured out exactly who I'm going to be using on this run. I can take the ricocheting crossbow, though. Yeah, let me get that crossbow. There we go.
keep your calm.
Keep your calm. Most important part, though, is I now have my entire roster, except for Trevor. Trevor's the only one missing thus far. Also, I'm pretty sure I know how to do the Galfrey romance. I've done it like 2 times already, but I have been unable to do so because I had a Lich the first time around, and I killed everybody, including Galfrey, but didn't kill her in such a way that I got her as a zombie. And the second time around, and also I was dating Darren, and that kind of, you know, stops that from happening. So, I'm gonna have to... Let me just do some double checking here to make sure, because I don't want to miss out on that since I'm gonna have to redo the entire thing if I don't. Galfrey Romanci. Let's see here. Romance Guide. Is this a video? No, it's not. Oh, it's just it's a link to another... It's a link to another website. Why? Okay. Act 2, invite the queen to join the crusade with Angel Aeon dialogue option. Flirt with her in the following conversation. Must do, or the romance won't trigger. I don't know if I did that. I don't know if I did that part. I don't know if I triggered that. Let me see. Is there a cheat thing I can do here for this? Oh god, I gotta wait for this now. Mildly annoying that I'm gonna have to... that I'm not gonna be able to do it. Because I want to see it. I want to see everything. I want to see it all. And I had it, and then didn't do it. Because I don't know if I flirted with her when I was doing my first time through. Like, I don't know if that was a option. I don't know that... Is that actually a trigger? I don't know if that was actually a trigger. Okay, let's see here. Is there a romance thing here? That's not it. Friendship is magic. No. It might be a flag. It might be a flag thing. Ride any unit as your mount. Ignore pet sizes for mounting. I could redon it. Okay, let's see here. If I go to search and pick, it might be like a flag of some type. So if I go for all and then search for romance, let's see if this gives me anything. Necromancer. Dare Romance. Necromancer. Arusha Romance. Preset Illusionira. Army Necromancer. Ursula. Let's see if Galfrey is something I can search for. So if I search for Gal, is that going to give me anything? There it is, Galfrey Romance. Perfect. Hey, good. Good, 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 good. So it is actually active. Perfect. That's all I wanted. That is literally all I wanted to know. I assume that means it's active. Alright. Good. Excellent. Perfect. Wonderful. Let's get out of here. I gotta go deal with the Ivory Sanctum now. I know how to do it. I know how to go. I know how to get in. Let's do that. But before I do that, let me just go double check on my... Actually, no, I'm just gonna leave. Is everybody rested? Yeah, everyone's rested. Okay. Also... Hold on a moment. Apologies. A phone call came in that I just had to take real quick. Right. God, now what was I doing? Oh, yeah, right. Spell book. I was checking my spell books for everything. Nothing to go here. I'm taking... I think I'm taking Woljif along with me. So I gotta stat him up. And by stat him, I mean spellbook him up. Which he is. Good. Greyboar is coming along too. Okay, so we're going Greyboar, Woljif, Regil. Me... Arushale? Where is it? There it is. There we go. And then just for good measure, also take her and give her spells. Deadly Poison Communal and Chameleon Stride and Vitals and Cat's Grace and Arcane Bow, Feather Step, Aspect of the Falcon. Longstrider. There we go. That looks good. Right. So, we're leaving. I'm taking... I guess take Ember? Sure, why not? Gonna just take Ember along, I suppose. And level her up real quick. Spell pen, accomplish sneak attacker, precise shot, point blank shot. Probably bolster spell. And then for this, we get break enchantment, baleful polymorph, mind fog, some monster, racking ray. Okay, good. That looks good. Right. So, as for quests to take care of, we have upgrade things. Whatever. Companion quests, More Than Nothing, Nameless Ruins, Crescent of the Abyss, Finian's Awakening. Dragon, find Tyrandoliv's Lair, explore Ivory Sanctum, Bad Spirit, Price of Knowledge, Missing Scouts, Blackwater. So I guess let's head over here first. How does this only take me 23 hours? Nobody's exhausted, so that's fine. Okay, that takes care of everything down here for the moment. I'm going to move this army into Lands of Yathwatch. You guys are going to just hang out, like, right here. It's just right there, which is going to be the choke point to stop enemies from coming in. You're going to be chilling over at Gloomy Gorge for a minute. You're down there. You are going to just keep moving around. Where's Blackwater at? I don't remember where Blackwater is. I'll have you guys move here. They'll guard that side of it. It's empty. Okay, you can take camp on the ferry. You guys move this way. Maybe... Whoop. Maybe I should have these ones... Oh, no, these ones can stay here. Let's continue moving onwards. Look at that big old loop all the way around. Look at that. Now I'll just have you hang out on Stone Maze for a time being. Okay, let's get you over to here. Okay, looks good. Right. Time to take care of this. Woljif. Woljif really needs greater enduring spells, I think. Because he's got to buff himself up and get into combat and be invisible and all that stuff, and, well, we'll see how things go, you know?
You require my counsel?
God, that's big.
Eyes.
Look at it, dinosaur!
Focus on the goal.
It's Vulture! Enough talking. Die, demon! Have at it, Chief! Pilgrims of the Whirlwind, attack! Fight for me, I'll be over there monitoring your performance! Woljif is wreathed in blue flame, and the demon shout rises up behind him. We'll not fight against a demon. Demons are our masters! Got the nun doesn't flank their stubborn Neels, too. The demon's trying to kill you simply to taking orders from Woljif. He hates Woljif! I knew our meeting was ill-fated. Curse you, crust into the abyss! I don't want to die at a demon's hands! And there's that dude. There's that dude again. Always with the problem. Always causing problems. Alright, Ursula, if you would just, Here. Ooh! Fancy. Alright, Ember, how about you do this? Can you hit this dude from here? No.
I'll just have to resort to brute force. Retreat is not an option.
Alright, get to it, Greybort.
Simply business.
Cover me, all right?
Nice.
Prepare yourself.
Delicious. Yep. Sneak attacks.
So it comes to the
There we go, problem solved. I didn't need to do that. Excellent. That takes care of that nonsense. Ooh, hello. Oh, that, the Belt of Demonic Shadow. That one's pretty good. Who would get the Belt of Demonic Shadow? Me, I suppose, right? Alright, there's a loot thing here. Yeah, okay, nothing worth really getting. Anything here? Anything of any note? Not really. Let's get out of here. Sacred Lands is right there. Take me a day and 9 hours to reach it. Oh god, who is this? I really don't like these because they always show up when I'm exhausted. They never show up when I'm fresh and able to move at a reasonable speed. It's always when I'm exhausted. Okay, so who is this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. Long spear plus 4? I mean, you seem to be like a pretty cool dude given how many of these dudes you just murked, but who are you? A prayer to Iomade flies from the lips of the kneeling old man. He speaks softly and steadily, without raising his head or otherwise acknowledging your presence. After finishing his prayer, he looks at you with clear eyes. What can I do for you, stranger? My name is San Chedlovsky. I'm the Knight Commander of the 5th Crusade. Well, my name is Berenger, and I'm the commander of my own crusade. Did you kill all these demons? Yes, these and many others. That's what I do. An old man, but still a strong warrior. Wendog clicks her tongue in surprise. Not bad. If the crafted tooth has not subdued this uplander, I'll be able to overcome it when the time comes. You're a strong one, brother. Grandfather. I don't know what to call you, good sir. Sela smiles widely and salutes. Something resembling a smile appears on the stern face of the old man. Call me what you like, girl. No epithet will insult this gray head of mine. Looks like some of them tried to escape, but for some reason they didn't teleport. You have a good eye. Yes, it's true. I received a special gift from my goddess. My presence makes demons weak and stops them from escaping through the plains. Tough luck for them. Oh shit, that's who he is! Oh! Oh, that's who he is, okay. So in the other pads, the Hand of the Inheritor always makes a comment about people who are called who are basically living wardstones. They're people whose presence just weakens demons, and this is the first one I've seen. And I wonder if, like, he was always here, and I just never ran into him, or if he's here specifically because of the Angel Path. Why do you need to fight alone, Berenger? You should join my Crusaders. I fought under the banners of an official crusade, and I found neither righteousness nor dignity there. Forgive me. My path is mine alone. Alright, I'll go then. May Iomade keep you safe, and forgive me if I was less than friendly. The old man bows to you and leaves. Cool!
I sense something.
Page from a Crusader's diary. I chased him during the day. I followed him at night. I found his tracks in the demonic wastelands of the Wound. I set up ambushes in the cities. Hunting a hunter is a strange job. The demon was seeking victims, leaving behind a trail of Crusaders tortured to death, their hearts carved out of their bodies. And I was seeking him. Kneeling at my nightly prayers, I asked myself, why do I want to rid the world of this particular monster? New demons come almost daily from the rifts in the World Wound. I could fight them whenever I wanted. I could join my Crusader brethren in any garrison. But I chased him for 3 years, relentlessly, like a hound following a trail. Finally, he came for me himself. My perseverance drew his attention and made me bait. There are demons who take special pleasure in torturing the weak and helpless, but he was different. He was drawn by danger. He liked killing the strong, the proud, the unbreakable. That's what he told me. I listened to him and was horrified at how similar we were. We're not so different, you and I. Then we fought. I killed him. These were 3 long years, goddess. I was returning to Canabras after this long hunt, after an exhausting fight, carrying a terrible burden. On the fringe of the city, the light guided my way. Not your light, no. The light to the fires near the city walls, where the Inquisitors were burning more potential renegades. I walked in my dusty armor, covered with sword marks, past the people who gathered to watch the execution. I overheard the ecstatic words of the executioner. I remembered the words the demon said before his death. I never entered the city gates. I didn't kneel in your temple. I didn't share a meal with other crusaders. I, Berengar the Tall, no longer belong in this crusade. Not after these long years. Not after what I realized and heard. As it lay dying, the demon said to me, "We are what you will become." Cool. That's cool. So, okay, so he is maybe my advisor, then?
Keep your
I don't know. That's a cool dude, though. That's a cool dude. Berengar seems like an alright guy.
There are many roads to success.
Ed boy. Okay, nothing here. I just wanted to clean out the map in case there was any loot lying around someplace. I think there was another map exit point over here, right? Yeah. Good. Better for the slow folks. Berengar. Berengar seems like a cool dude. Yeah, I must have never seen him before, because I've come through here before, I'm pretty sure. So I can do Sacred Lands, hit up Blackwater, then do the Sanctum. Also, while I'm at it, let me just double check here, because I don't... Soul Shear is being augmented. Where's Irabethim carried out? Doesn't really matter which one of these I pick. I'm going to do all of them ideally. Oh, Last Ash. Should I do the Last Ash? You could, because I can give it to Woljif, I guess. Swords of Gorham. Nah. Bell of Mercy. Logistics. Move that in. Sure. Development. Outpost Bastion. Whatever. Events. Important inspection. Group of officials from Nerosian is on its way to Dresden. Finance increases by 30 no matter what. Vagrants. Crowd of destitute, the sick, and the feeble-minded has arrived in Dresden. They're asking to admit it. Their lives are rough, but they have no place where they belong, and they wish to die as heroes at the very least. But the Crusaders do not wish to fight side by side with these vagrants either. 40 champions are recruited at the commander's headquarters. Crusade morale increases, material point income. I don't really need units, so let's set up a hospital. Material point income is good. Crusade morale reduced by 20. Yeah, there we go. Originally set up a hospital for the poor souls in Dresden. The healers care for the sick, and they help the supply units in gratitude. Ah, yes. It's Stavardine. Beta Soul Shear. Let's see. Cleanse Soul Shear. +3 Adamantine Glaive grants you +2 additional daily uses of Lay on Hands, Fervor, and Channel Energy. Applied after arrest. Leave it as it is. +3 Adamantine kills a target, summons a demon. Charm Soul Shear. +3 Adamantine Glaive. Your mount gets +3 bonus on all saving throws and a +3 bonus to CMD. Let's cleanse it. That might be useful. Alright, studying Sword of Valor needs to be done. The bell is getting moved in, which is good. That'll take a week. Okay, we'll do Sacred Lands in a second, but I need to take a nap first, because I don't want to go into that tired.
Magpie baked a bad pie. Dropped the second.
I do not wish to be... Oh, whoops. Enter location. Okay, time for some puzzling. This one's never that hard. It's much easier now that I know how to do it. Hello. Oh, that's right. I'm an old Deadeye follower. That's right.
Focus on the goal.
I follow the wisdom of old Deadeye. Good old Elven notes.
Watch out for trouble. Keep your calm.
There we go. So now we swap this one over. Probably need to flush this one.
There are many roads to success.
Add boy. Okay, hit this one.
I will guide.
I can get this chest now. Since that is open. Look at all those scrolls. Alright, so those... Yellow needs to go up. Where's the yellow one that goes up? It's there.
Focus on the goal.
Okay, yellow's up, so I need... like, the linked S... Does that one need to go up? It's like the hook, climbing hook. It does. Climbing hook is up. I can now get out of here. Green R, blue R, and linked hands. Which one's that? That's green R? Okay, so I need to get that one, which just means changing red and black around, which is not a problem.
Watch out for trouble.
So this one needs to be swapped around. There are. Green R is in the correct position at the moment, so I need to do black, red, and this one. So black.
many roads to
This one. And... bread. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh my god. It's an Elitu. Who are you? What's the secret? What are you proposing? The door's open. What's stopping you from walking out? How do you know I won't try to cheat me? Be gone, you disgusting fiend! Actually, because I want this one too, but Oh, stop! It hurts.
time to practice my
Wow, that's it. 2 damage. 2 damage. Wow. All right, folks, get over here. Okay, Azata. Alright, I think we're good here. Oh, there's a bunch of them! That's a lot of Azata! That's a bunch of Azata! That's a lot of them!
I will guide.
That is a large amount of Azata. Wow, okay. When they said summon Azata, I thought it was gonna be like 1, not 4. Look at that. That's a party. Wow. Hello. What secret to the shrine keep? Tell me about yourself. What are you gonna do next? Farewell. Okay. That's a really good item. Of course, it's Caden who does it. Chaotic good Caden. He's not Azata. He's not even really tied to them, but yeah, that's his area, isn't it? Yeah, that goes to Lanziath Watch. Oh, yeah, it's a good spot for it. Have you hang out in Stone Maze or whatever. Remains of a disgusting feast. Whatever. You know what else is going to remain once I'm done with these enemies? A smear of blood on the ground. Alright, Blackwater entrance is here. Good. Okay, some people are fatigued. That's not a big deal. Alright, level 6 spells. Might as well just make everyone more durable. Oh no, his dex is way higher than his int. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, he's not going to use that thing at all. Okay, this is a rogue talent. Yes! Yeah, that one, definitely. Fourth level... I do have greater invisibility, so let's go with Shadow Conjuration. Get some good old stuff there. And Animate Dead, why not? Do I want to Animate Dead? Enervation. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get 5th level spells because he's a rogue. So, wait, does he? I don't remember. I think he only goes up to 4th level spells with this archetype. Where's the 5th level? I don't remember. It's 4th or 6th. It's definitely not full. Let's take a look. Eldritch Scoundrel goes up to Wizard Spell List as a Magus. Okay, so it's 6th level.
Your orders, Commander.
Mount up.
Watch out for trouble.
That's weird. Why can't I... Why can't I open the door? Oh, there we go. I must have missed the trigger for it by accident.
Keep your calm.
Hello.
Will you retreat already?
All right.
Take a look.
This is my kind of work. Might be trapped, but might be treasure. Pretty good, aren't I?
Yeah, pretty good. Who's got resistance? Who's got resist energy communal? Do I have resist energy communal? Yes. There we go. Now I don't ever remember what the code is for this. I'm gonna go find it.
I will guide.
It's not a base. That's what I remember. It's not a base.
Focus on the goal.
You can handle them, right? Die already.
That will serve as an example.
There we go.
Should we proceed?
Yeah, I don't know where you got off your mount, though.
Decide already. Tell me, and I'll do it.
Yep. Spooky. Okay, I don't remember where I get the blasting bracer from, or how to become proficient in it, for that matter.
That posed little challenge. It's your time to work as fast.
Jeez! Seriously? How much health does this fucking thing have?
Disappear.
Okay, something's going on here.
Kneel before me. You are nothing before.
Something was up. Okay. Let's coup de grace him.
You're in my way.
Desna, guide my hand. Surrender, or else.
Okay, Woljif, can you coup de grace him? What? Succeeded! Rolled a 19 figures.
You made your choice.
Okay, is it dead? I think it's dead. I don't know why that guy wasn't dying. That was weird.
You require my counsel. Wise.
Okay, climb up. This is where I get the... This is where I get the Numerian bomb.
Watch out for trouble.
Couldn't remember what it was I got here.
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
Nothing. Alright. That takes care of this side in Blackwater. This is a big ol' area, isn't it? Yeah, so if I need to rest up, I can do it there.
My expertise prevailed.
And that's the exit, which lets me escape. Which, back in beta, this used to be a possible softlock location. It was fully possible to get in here and then never be able to leave. Oh! Oh, that speeds things up greatly. I mean, I don't use the bomb for anything else. But I know where to go with this. I know what to do with the game. I don't need to blow it up. I can save that bomb for later. Camera, is this door open? Nope.
Close ranks.
Is this door open? Nope.
I will defend my dream.
Okay, I gotta reorganize this a little bit. Why are Rochelet in front? There. Should be like this. That looks much better. There we go, flaming lockpick.
Healing is what I was made for.
Don't take so much pride in that, Rochelet.
No. How about now?
I'm glad I was useful to you.
There we go. Maintenance cells granted. Which lets me get one of the codes out of the place.
Watch out for trouble.
Can't get through there yet. There it is. Third symbol is the code, is a circle with a dot. Circle with a dot is the third access code. Or third button on the access code. Why isn't it?
My tail is restless.
I don't know what that was about. So it's circle with a dot for the third one. Try the numpads. So it's rhombus something, circle with a dot. Rhombus, circle, circle with a dot. Rhombus, triangle, circle with a dot. There you go. Triangle, rhombus, circle with a dot. Triangle, rhombus, circle with a dot.
There are many roads to success.
That opens the way back into the area I've already adventured through, but haven't cleared out because I don't have the access codes. And now we get to have this fun part.
I am your judge.
Look, we got demons. Cyber demons.
Nothing before me.
There we go. Alright, so very quickly before I forget as well.
Up for an adventure.
No, I'm not gonna use it. I was gonna cast True Seeing Communal, but I don't have the dust for it just yet. So I'm not going to.
Watch out for trouble.
Oh yeah, lockpick, right.
Keep your calm.
It's a psychic door! Don't have flaming lockpick fuel for that. So, how about here?
It's either us or them.
Got a UMD over here.
My expertise prevailed.
UMD over here.
That posed little challenge.
It's the other side of this door, which allows me to open it up. Good stuff.
There are many roads to success.
How's Bismuth doing on health? Bismuth's fine. I probably should see about equipping some barding to Bismuth, though. Alright, that turns off the generator on that door. Turn that on. Good stuff. Alright, now I believe there's... Let's see, that door I can't get through yet, because I need the passcode or whatever. That's another door I can't get through yet, because it needs psionic shielding. Ah, has this room. Alright, Woljeff.
Don't mind me.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to cast haste. I'm just going to go this direction.
Practice my combat abilities. No fear.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
There we go, problem solved. Wait for it. Bismuth might be too large. Bismuth might be too large. See. Jesus, what are the costs? We'll pay for it. Not only did you betray your faith, but your clan as well. Shame on you! Yeah, okay. Grab this. I need your key and the blasting bracers, which I will equip on somebody. I don't know who to put it on. Ah, shit.
I need to concentrate.
Can you get over here?
Trouble.
Fuck. Alright, let me just reload that, because Reginald does not have UMD, and I accidentally selected him. It's not like it takes a whole lot of time to do this. How far back did this take me? I don't think it took me back that far. I think it just took me back. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Can we retreat already?
Retreat is not an option.
Woljeff! Woljeff!
Cover me, all right? Tactical retreat. No. It's your fault.
There we go. Okay, so now we go around the place. UMD. What do we got? It's a thing.
Expertise prevailed. That posed little challenge. Keep your calm.
Alright, anything else? If I don't need note here? I don't think so. Grab some Incubus loot. That needs lockpick fuel, so I need to go in here next.
There are many roads to success.
Alright, who's gonna get these bracers? Where are they? There they are.
I won't benefit from using this.
Huh. I was able to use the blasting bracers in the beta test, but I don't remember what circumstances allow you to actually do that. There's something you can do to use the blasting bracers, but I don't remember what. Let me actually look that up, because I don't know what it is.
Now? No? How about now?
Because psionic field on that door.
Speak with your actions, not your words.
I will fight.
You are nothing before me.
I don't know. It's weird. Nobody seems to know either. I definitely remember in beta being able to actually use them. Like, you could equip them on your character, but I don't know why I can't. Maybe they just decided to get rid of that ability for some reason. They just decided it wasn't worth it. It's not like it's a strong weapon, but I like it. It's cool.
Watch out for trouble.
I need a lockpick for this, don't I? Yeah.
Keep your calm.
Is this where the lady is? Yes, it is.
This is my kind of work.
My expertise prevailed.
There we go. Flaming lockpick fuel.
My expertise prevailed.
Nice. I don't have all the tools I need. Ah, that's unfortunate. Hello.
Is that a trap? It might be a trap.
There are many roads to success.
Okay. Disable the Arcane Emitter, which I can either do using the Psionic Helmet, which I can't get yet, or I can... I think I can just teleport across or something. There is another way to get through there. You just have to be able to tank it. Oh, right. I need the thing first before I can do that. I need a helmet of psionic protection before I can enter there. Okay, so first off, it's... let's see. Hand symbol. Then wind. Then fire.
Focus on the goal.
Certainty of death. Dwarven Urgrosh. Right, it's one of the doors that I need to go through that has Chief Kala's, like, lock on it. That's what I had to do. Is it this one? No, it's Psionic Field. Is it... this one? It is. You want to fucking...
You call?
Ursula, just
I'm
come over here.
trusting you.
Thank you. Ah, right. I need that to get... I need Hunter Face's code to get in there. That's psionic. This is not it. It's not there. Was it over in this section? Don't remember where the door is. There is a door around here. There it is. I also always remember the psionic phase blade. Whenever psionics comes up. I don't remember, like, any of those stories like that guy destroys psionics or, you know, stuff like that. I always just remember the psionic phase blade because that's just such a silly, silly story. Or rather, it's a silly item. I don't actually know offhand if the Psionic Phase Blade was created specifically for the movie The Gamers 2, Darkness Rising, or if it was an item that existed before that joke as, like, a joke. And they just referenced it in the movie. Could be both. There we go. That's what I needed. Is there no other... Nothing else. Okay. Yeah, and this used to be the, because of this particular location, this was the only place you could actually escape in the beta, like in early versions of the beta. This was the only place you could escape from Blackwater if you had been trapped in here by being unable to open the front door. Like, if you're unable to leave, you had to come here and use a Scroll of Dimension door to get yourself out. But that was the only way to escape. Yes, it was awful. They fixed it, thankfully. Also, let me check something here. Am I very loud? Like... Oh, yeah, I am. What the hell? Hold on. Let me do. Huh? Huh? No, I'm still peeking. Okay, so I gotta... Hold on. Gotta decrease the gain on my mic thing. God, this thing's dusty. Okay, that seems fine. Huh? Yep. Okay. So, I'm going to... Yeah? Okay. That seems fine. I'm not sure what changed. I think it may have been voice mod updating, but it looks like my mic gain needed to be dropped down by a pretty significant amount. So, hopefully it should be fine now. I think I was peaking a little bit, but it should have just been just today. I think it was just today. Alright, Helm of Psionic Protection created. Let's go take care of 100 Face. 100 Fascio. There we go. Psionic Emitter, Arcane Emitter disabled. And really quick, let me just... There we go. A bit of a waste of a spell, honestly. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me buff up a little bit. Why not? I've got time. I got time. Let's rock. That's 100 Face. You're justifying playing with the lives of others!
Time to practice my combat abilities!
Okay, everybody else, come over here. Especially you, Woljif. Come over here and turn that off. So I might turn this off. Woljif, thank you. Oh god, Sirocco. Of course it's fucking Sirocco.
I can't die now. Need to fix stuff.
Get out of there. Fuck.
Might be trapped.
Turn off the other lightning thing if you would.
Disappear.
There we go. There we go. Why are you giving your creation over to me? Set perfection. There we go. Take his regular ass crossbow. How does the device work? Failed. I figured as much. I fucking knew that was gonna happen. If it's not a 100% chance of succeeding, it's a 50% chance at best. If I have to roll a 2 to get it, there's a good chance I'll roll a 1. That's just how it works. That's just how probability works. That's just how probability works. That's just how probability works. That's it. That's how it works. This is also why I'm terrible at roguelikes, because roguelikes are very luck-based. Finally. Destroy it! The device refuses to die. You watch as clouds of metallic dust erupt from its depths and gather around the parts you've damaged, restoring their original condition. You hear a low scraping noise coming from the core of the mechanism, like a giant tossing and turning in its steel cradle, shaking off sleep. Not that you've attacked the device, it tries to awaken, to become more complex in order to protect itself. Without wasting another moment, you call upon all your power and deliver a single unstoppable deadly blow. It tears the massive crystal heart from the depths of the device. The mechanism thrashes around like a beast in agony until at last it goes still. Excellent. Now that's taken care of. We got some other rooms to examine here, I believe. Okay, nothing there. That's that room. I already cleared that one out. That's the room with Chief Kala. Hundred Faces code goes in here. For the Numerian Greatsword. Yes. Alright, I've got psionic protection, so I can open this door up. I also got the item, part of the device. Crystal that once serves as power interface with blah blah. We kind of took the crusade, took the heart of the device as a trophy. Triple fin helmet, I believe that's the initiative one. Okay, is there anything else here? I don't think so. Wait, there was a room. Where was it? Was it here? Where was the other room? There was another room that I had to use a psionic protection to get through. It was like a screen door looking thing. There it was. Ah, there's another room there I didn't go into. So first, let's do this one.
Close ranks.
Die already. Tactical retreat. No.
Can we rest, please? I'm tired.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll get out of here in a minute, Ember. Don't worry.
This is my kind of work.
Eluding swing. Confirms a crit. Wielder becomes invisible.
Watch out for trouble.
Alright, so that takes care of this room. There's one over here I didn't go into because I needed lockpick fuel for that.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
That? What? How did I never see this before? What? Are you fucking serious? How did I never see this? According to legend, this helmet belonged to a mighty warrior who was doomed to endlessly slay hordes of demons. It doesn't seem to have any magic, but it looks formidable. In my game, a Pathfinder, he's from Russia. That's fucking amazing. Oh my god, how did I fucking miss that? Oh, let me just... How did I miss this? How did I miss that? Holy writings about Iomene's more life in her acts. The pages are decayed, the text now unreadable. It's unknown how this holy book ended up in a place like this. How did I miss that? I've been through here like 5 times, and that's the first time I've seen that thing.
Keep your calm.
How did I... Oh my god.
There are many roads to success.
Oh, Christ. Okay. Let me just do one last sweep, because I think there's another room someplace around here that's got something. I could swear there's another room that I can break into. Okay, first, you know what? Let's get everyone to the entrance. Do that, and then I'm just going to do this. So, when you come in here, you go this way, or I went this way. Check to this room. There's nothing here. Nothing here. This is where those salamanders were. There's nothing here now. Okay, so you come back to here. You go this way. Ah, I knew there was something. Oh, do I have fuel? I don't have fuel? I thought I had fuel. Okay, so this is that one room. There's nothing left in here. You come around to here, you check this area out. I think there's some flaming lockpick fuel here if I didn't grab it already. I'm pretty sure I did, though. Yeah, I did already. Okay. So you come around this way, which takes you back in through here, which lets you grab the code, and you come this way. So after coming in here, you get to open this up, and you go through to this side. So from here, you go straight, which gets you into this area. Already been in there. Chief Kala's over here. Already got Chief Kala's stuff. come around this way. There's the room here, which had the thing that turns off the door to Chief Kala. This is where the Numerian Greatsword is. This is where this is where that pit is that was naturally formed. That brings you back around here. There's nothing here as well. Then that takes you over to this side once you have Chief Kala's key. I was just in here. Nothing there. This is where the salamanders are, and most importantly, where the fucking Doom helmet is. So then you come down this way. Yeah, come down this way. In here is where that Crusader is. That's where you put together the helmet. You go this way, and that's where 100 Face is. So I appear to be missing a flaming lockpick fuel someplace. Or you may just have to use up specific amounts of it. I actually don't know. I've never figured out actually how much flaming lockpick fuel there is in the game here. So, you know, I'm just going to do this. Wowie zowie! I got some extra flaming lockpick fuel. And there's the extra. So they're missing like one that you can get without having to come in here. Basically, that's what's going on.
Watch out for trouble.
Alright, that takes care of the zone. With all that stuff, I'm probably overloaded, so I'm going to take a trip back to Dresden. Take a nap while I'm at it. I'm not overloaded. How about that? Oh, regardless, I don't particularly want to do the Ivory Sanctum at this exact second. So... back to Dresden. Oh yeah, Erebeth's not battered spirit anymore. Yeah. Also, let me quickly just oh my god, Obvious Plan just made a new product. Super Ride Grandpa. Play it free here at linktree.obviousplan. Oh. Hello. And there's Thaberdine. It hasn't even been a day yet. So... am I good on spells? Is Woljif good on spells? Yes. Is Ursula good on spells? Yes. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna take a nap first. Alright, also, now for what I was doing here. All right. Oh god, where did the fucking images get saved on Steam again? It's like it's in some weird location. It's in a weird location. Yeah, it's in user data. It's weird. All right. Just. How many times have I gone through Blackwater now? I don't think I went through it as an Aeon. Pretty sure I didn't do it as an Aeon. I went through it as Lich, Trickster, Angel, and probably twice during the beta. Lich, Trickster, Angel. Yeah, I think twice during beta is about right. So. And oh god, that just tickles me. That one really just tickles me. It's like nice little feeling that tickles my heart. All right, now as for gear, we're keeping around. Great sword. I'm putting the blasting braces in the box. On Spear +4 is whatever. Spear +3. Eluding swing. Ghost touch enhancement +3. Finesse. That's pretty good. Scream of Pain is a Tongi. Nobody uses Tongi. Really at all. Dwarven Urgrosh. It's a two-handed weapon. So it's not for Greyboar, it's for other dwarves. Numerian Greatsword. Do I have anybody who uses a Greatsword? No. +3 Greatsword merged with Numerian technology. We'll activate one to find enhancements. Yeah, this is actually really, really good. This is a really good weapon at this stage in the game. Just nobody uses a Greatsword that I currently have, so it's gonna go in the box. I can hold this heavy shield, breastplate, full plate, banded mail, heavy shield, chain shirt. The rest of that gets sold out.
There are many roads to success.
I'm gonna have to remember to take Radiance off of Sela. Oh yeah, what's this thing going on in the streets here? Listen to the Abyss. Oh, great. Gotta talk to Woljif.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Hello, Zeandor, and welcome. Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the Raiders. Hope your stream went well. Let me actually just do a little... Hold on a second. Let me see if this is working.
We better hurry up with the boost situation. Oh, I don't want the metalsmith to die. Everybody else. Oh, the jeweler is legendary as well. Dwarven child hasn't even paid its wages yet. How did we get so many injured already? Although, maybe just because winter kicked in and froze up.
Yeah, unfortunately the clippy thing only takes like a random clip. But yeah, thanks for the raid. I see you were playing Pathfinder. Which path were you doing? Also get over here, Will, sir. Hold on a second. I think I just saw something. It counts as like a relic. Huh. Ah, fair enough. Well, it's a good time. Don't mind all this junk. Why is it... Why do I have that? Make any sense? Yeah, just don't worry about everything you're seeing now, which is a huge, massive spoiler. In that case, it's not a problem, I'm sure. Speaking of which, I gotta talk to Woljif real quick here. Get over here. Let me send them private. Oh, wow. Wow, Woljif's not into that. Just think of how much good you can do for the Crusade now. Woljif's eyes flash in anger, his tail raising clouds of dust. For what? Listen, Chief, I ain't signed up to be a Crusader. I'm with you because you seem alright, but these scum in shining armor hanging around the Queen. I owe nothing to no one. They owe me twice over for everything I've been through in this life. These fighters for peace are hypocrites. They do whatever terrible things they want, pray for the gods for forgiveness, and keep on doing what they did before. They ain't getting my power. I'll decide what to do with it. Interesting. This is midway through Act 3.
Watch out for trouble.
Actually, let me just double check something here. What's my alignment looking? Okay, I could have used a little bit more law there, but it's pretty decent for the moment. But yeah, midway through Act 3, so I'm about to head into one of the two major ending points, which I still haven't run into my advisor for this particular path, which is still really weirding me out. Ah, okay, so you're good. Alright, let's get over here. I'm not doing the teleporting around because I need a little bit of time to pass to get some of these things dealt with. Oh. Who dis? Who's this? Greatsword +1, Mithril Pocket Mirror.
There are many roads to success.
Heavy shield. A bunch of Crusaders hanging out in the wilderness.
The struggles never cease.
Dead.
I will guide.
What's all this about? Oh, oh, hey, it's a Glabrezu over there. What's up?
I will defend my dream.
God, that's a lot of fireballs. And a Merilith? Oh, hey, Berenger. Hi, buddy.
As an example.
Hey, thanks.
Knight Commander,
The old paladin nods to you like an old friend.
you've turned the world wound into quite the thoroughfare. Every time I go hunting, I meet either you or your crusaders.
Thanks for your praise.
It's well deserved.
Why are you so intent on avoiding the Crusaders, Berenger? The old man's gaze turns flinty.
I'm in my 70s. I've been fighting demons most of my life. I've seen the Crusades from the inside. They almost killed my faith in Iomedae and my determination. This is why I fight my war alone now. I'll never stop protecting the world from demons. But fighting alongside Crusaders whose crazed fanaticism pulls them to spinelessness and treachery and back again like a swinging pendulum? No.
Reginald listens to the old paladin's speech very carefully, wearing a strange expression on his face.
Understandable. But on the path of the loner, however attractive, is a dead end. The way to a better world lies through the order of well-tuned structures and organizations. They alone can change things.
There's a lot of bitterness in your words, old-timer. I can't say they're not fair, but doesn't our oath oblige us to think the best of our comrades? And who will show others the right way if every paladin becomes a hermit?
You speak well, girl. You know how to get to the heart of things.
The old man is silent for a while.
The burden of faith is not easy.
A crusade will be different from the ones before it.
The old man smiles.
Wanting that is already a good sign. Farewell, Knight Commander. May the Inheritor keep you safe.
Bye, cool guy. Now, excuse me while I loot the corpses.
I'm tired.
Pretty good.
Ooh, some barding. Exquisite chain barding.
Focus on the goal.
Okay.
Oh, something just changed on my voice. Wait, what? What did just change in my voice? Honestly, they're too old for this shit, guy. Oh, what just happened?
Oh, interesting. Whoop. Wait, I think I missed what just happened there. Something about my voice just changed. Let me go take a look at that. I got a cue thing here. I really got to set up like an alert properly for that thing because it didn't work properly, so that's why I don't have it. Ah, Radio Demon. Okay, so thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Atrocious. Who changed my voice to Radio Demon for... I don't know at what point that happened. Oh yeah, so thank you, I appreciate it. Is that a cave? Anyway, as for Regel's voice, I've been doing a lot of practice trying to get it to sound right because I like Regel. He's a cool guy. I really appreciate him.
The commander of the Fifth Crusades. A champion of law and order. However, sometimes he makes decisions that are quite chaotic. Each one of those drives me further from the bleaching. As much as it harms me, as much as it pains me to admit it, I appreciate it on times.
Okay, I think I kind of lost it a little bit there, but I'm trying. Every day I practice, I get a little bit better at it. Honestly, I just wish Regel, like, spoke up more, because some of his lines are way too quiet. Okay, so Berenger is probably my advisor, right? Like, that would make sense? Also, I didn't say hi to you, but hi, Gazenka, how are you doing? Oh, who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be again Berenger? Class, I am currently playing a Oracle, just straight Oracle. Where is it? Character, class. Yeah. So currently I'm just going straight Oracle, took Nature Mystery. Also, yes, hi to you as well, Trocius. So you got Nature Mystery, Wolfsguard Face, and since I'm a angel, I get to do my spellbook combinations, which means I get high-level spells earlier than I should, which is pretty sick. As for the spec, I'm going more for summoning spec on this one, just for funsies. And eventually, once I get Favored Metamagic Extend, I'll be able to extend all my spells and get, hopefully, 24-hour per level, or 24-hour round per level spells going. So I'll be able to get, like, round per level haste and healing and whatnot, which will be very fun. And also busted. A little unnecessary because I'm playing on story mode, or story difficulty, but we'll see. Oh, it's the ghost. Hello, ghost. Who are you? What question? What's the heart of mystery? Ask me a question. It's the Lepenia tree. Alrighty.
Focus on the goal.
And away we go. Where's the exit? Where's the exit again? Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Anyway, this run has been Oracle. My previous runs of like the full game have been Alchemist, Rogue, and Arcanist? Yeah, I did Arcanist for Aeon. And then that's not including when I did, God, what did I do for beta? The only one I really remember was my ridiculous multi-class monstrosity when I was playing Aeon in beta, where I did Duelist, Monk, Rogue, Fighter, that mess. I think I might have had an Alchemist at one point as well. Yeah, I think I had another Alchemist during beta as well. And then I did something... Oh, right, I also did the Scald Party. Scald Party was a thing, too. Just all Scalds all the way through. That was really kind of a... Don't do an all single party class, especially with Scalds, because, while it's really funny and you can do a lot of weird stuff, you lose out on a lot of interaction with NPCs if you're using all mercenaries, and it's just not worth it.
A gnome used to live on the street with us. He was gray and pale, just like you. He would get in tavern brawls all the time. To live longer, he said. But he got killed in one of those fights.
Only cowards run from death. You can't escape it, no matter what. It's better to face it than let it stab you in the back.
With a beer bottle smashed over your head. Alright, anyway, time for the Ivory Sanctum. This part's it's not terrible, but it is kind of a pain in the ass. Like, it's just very lengthy.
There are many roads to success.
It's longer than I expect, really. Yeah, exactly. Regil, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Regil is, like, the best character in this game. Hands down. He's somehow a terribly built character. He is a gnome. A race that literally only can live forever, but only if they're constantly exposed to new things. And he's lawful evil Hell Knight who's all about order and structure. And he's also dex-based in heavy armor. And somehow that works. Regil makes no sense as a character or as a build, and yet somehow he is one of the better characters in the game. It's bizarre. And I love him. He's the best. He's just so good. Alright, now before we go in, speaking of, let's do a little bit of that, and a little bit of... I'm not going to do Sonic, because who does Sonic damage in this game? Only people who do sonic damage recently are Sega. Wait. Yeah, he's just...
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Hello, Sven. Welcome back. Well, thanks for the 9 months of subs. And, yes, that little stream baby is sitting over there in the crib, just kicking up a storm. Being awfully loud and awful, and smelling terribly. That new baby smell does not smell as good as the car smell. And it'll also, unlike a new car smell, it won't put you to sleep. It'll keep you awake at all hours of day. But it's there. It's born into the world. How lovely. Don't ask who the parents are. It's not mine. I didn't keep track. The Lich? I mean, I can arrange that. I'm not going to kill a small child yet. But I'm just saying... he could become a Lich. I got that ritual all set up. Just need to find 3 other people to sacrifice, and we're good. Baby Lich. Also, welcome back, Z. Yeah, I always end my streams going off to grab food, so I completely understand the feeling. Yeah, anyway, as for Regil backstabbing, he doesn't really backstab you. Unless you're a demon, in which case you're really deserving of being backstabbed. Like, he's just so good. He's the best. I love Regil. Wow, that was a lot of fireballs.
Take a look.
It's in a book. A reading a rainbow.
This is my kind of work.
Every time he says that, every single time he says that, I cannot stop myself.
I am your judge, and soon your executioner.
Disappear.
Wait, -4 levels? Oh, ability drain. Oh. It doesn't have anything against negative levels. Ooh.
My tail is restless.
This war must end.
Anyway, Centennial body stuck in a baby body. I mean, I can imagine. You've arrived, Commander. There we go. Problem solved.
That posed little challenge. My expertise prevailed. My expertise prevailed.
You ever think about all these walls are lined with people like bragging about the atrocities and like trading betrayals they've done? Like, I used to be a paladin of the Eagle Watch when I succumbed to the temptation, murdered 2 of my friends, and came here. I cooked Crusade army for 5 years, poisoning at least 100 soldiers. Is this basically just the equivalent of, like, a Reddit post where a bunch of tough guys going like, oh yeah? Well, I bet I killed more dudes than you. Why to give such an old voice to such a young portrait? Honestly, this is like the 5th version of this character I've done. So, every time I just change the portrait around to be like something I think fits the class, but it's whatever. The voice is like the least changed part of every. Oh, come on, really?
Let you hurt my friends.
Didn't know I had it in me.
Well, there goes that guy. Like, I just, because he's an oracle, so I just picked the I think it was the wise voice for him. when I rebuilt the character. That's really the only reason.
Can we retreat already?
Oh, it's a Midnight Bolt. I feel like I always forget that Midnight Bolt was there.
I will fight.
Killing is what I was made for.
There we go. Hello. Huh. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where that Nefashni was. There we go. Alright, so then this is where Jerabeth's bedroom is, roughly.
Keep your calm.
Right. It's triangle 540. So 3540.
Ah, a surprise.
I mean, if that's what you want to call it.
Here. Where else would I be?
Alright, well, not going to disable the trap then.
Pretty good, aren't I?
There are many roads to success.
It's Marvok.
My expertise prevailed.
Ah,
There's
a
that.
surprise.
So I'm leaving Marhavok to his fate for two reasons. One, because it keeps Jerabeth on my good side, which will be useful later on. And two, because I need to do less good deeds at the moment, because I'm starting to stray a little bit too close to neutral good, and I worship Aristil, who's lawful neutral. So I need to be in the lawful good category, which means I need to do slight evil in order to remain good. That's how that works. Alignment's stupid, okay? It's not always this dumb, but it can be very dumb sometimes.
I will guide.
Oh, Aristil's lawful good now? Wait, am I misremembering? Am I remembering, like, old version of Aristil? I might be. I could have sworn Aristil used to be lawful neutral.
Ah, a surprise.
I sense something.
This is my kind of work.
I mean, I personally don't need alignment because I'm... Yeah, because I'm an Oracle, I'm not a Cleric. But on occasion, you get like some things that happen depending on if you're aligned with your god. And I don't know what happens if you turn those off.
Keep your calm. Battle formation.
Troubles end here.
I'm sorry I have to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
To be proud of.
It's not as much in this game as Kingmaker, because in Kingmaker there was a lot of stuff that required like specific alignments to work. All that stuff in this has basically been moved over to your Mythic Path, which, again, not alignment locked. But there are occasions where worshipping your specific god will change how specific interactions occur, or just I don't know how that's going to work if I suddenly stop worshipping air still. Baphomet actually is just a whole bunch of losers jerking themselves off about how smart they are.
There are many roads to success.
Yeah, exactly. Being good. I don't think there is anything particular.
Simply business.
But I'd rather not risk it, you know?
Take a look.
Can you guys just come over this way a little bit so that Woljif can get out? Okay, those two will just take care of everything. It's fine.
Ouch!
Ow.
We'll make things right.
Song of Discord was still active. It's fine.
I will guide.
Over here. There's another one over here someplace.
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
A surprise.
There we go.
This is my kind of work.
Yeah, she did. That's it was a little annoying, but it's fine. Ember didn't die, so it's fine. Jarvis says, "Do it." This fight is way easier as a trickster, thankfully.
I win!
Just because you don't have to deal with the like distorted rock and whatnot popping back up. Thanks for the help, fellas. How's Bismuth? Oh, Bismuth's also not in good health. Anyway, you wouldn't just randomly kill someone if you didn't have any alignment. With an alignment, you say, fuck him, chaotic evil. Yeah, like... So, that's kind of a...
It said something.
That's kind of like a split thing, right? So, alignments are a lot of the time used to be, like, proscriptive. Okay, then. Where somebody says, I'm chaotic evil, therefore I have to do this. Where a lot of... That's like half the time, and then the other half of the time, it's... I am chaotic evil, these are the sorts of actions I would take. Instead of, I have to kill the person because I'm chaotic evil. It's kind of like a little bit of a split thing. It's not like a huge difference. Yeah, boy, wouldn't it? I mean, it would be useful, but it's actually not that useful, all things considered, given that you don't fight a lot of humanoids later on. Let's see. Also, hi, Chris. How you doing? Been a while. This Pathfinder game, there's a human inventor with what archetype of weapon crafter? Well, gun, working class, and musket. Okay, yeah, so using the early firearms rules. That's pretty good. But what is inventor? Is that third party? Go, Bismuth, go! You're fine. Speaking of fine. Alright. Take those. Alright, now what's all the nonsense I need to do this? Yeah, right.
You're calm.
Alkenstar is a weird place.
You know what you're doing. Good.
Okay,
Decide.
Regil, you hang out over on this one.
Who? Me?
Woljif, you go here.
Fine.
And here. And there. Oh. That's different.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Hi, Furitu. How are you doing?
You sure it's safe?
Yeah, so the party makeup for this one, honestly, is a lot of characters that I just haven't been using too much, and Ember. No particular reason, I just decided, like, I haven't taken Greybore or Woljif out for spin for, like, the entire time, basically. I decided, you know, let's grab them, why not? Woljif's pretty decent build-wise. I kind of wish he wasn't an Eldritch Scoundrel, but, you know, he's useful enough. Greybore also seems pretty decent, and having two frontliners that are sneak attackers is pretty goofy. Didn't even need my help.
My expertise prevailed.
This is my kind of work.
Okay, now we got this one.
Might be trapped.
I can see it.
Treasure.
Success.
This is my kind of work.
Yeah, Voldritch to Vivisectionist gets you full sneak attack progression, as before. But you also you get new spells, you get the buffs.
I will guide.
I can see it. The main reason I wouldn't do that personally... Yeah, well, if I was going for originality in builds, I'd be using mercenaries. You can do some wacky stuff. But, as for Woljif going into Vivisectionist, the reason I don't like doing that is two reasons. First, Woljif does get the booster from mutagen and discoveries and all that stuff, but a lot of the discoveries that aren't focused around the mutagen are kind of weak. Like, you can get, like, Eternal Potion and that sort of stuff, but, like, they're kind of mixed on that. So you have to go all in on the mutagen, which is decent. And also, it doesn't really... Having Eldritch Scoundrel gives him a better spell list. You can do some stuff with Woljif as a Vivisectionist where you do, like... what's the... Infusion. You take Infusion and you start passing out buffs to other characters in addition to him. But I just prefer having better spells on top of not having a severely reduced spell progression, because that means I don't hit level 6 spells until what, like 18 or 19? That's way too late. Also, you never hit your top tier. You never hit like perfect mutagen or anything.
Watch out for trouble.
Grenadier could be decent, I suppose. I tried putting him into Arcane Trickster once, and that actually didn't work out too well, because his spell list is way too limited and slow progressing. And all it basically does is you lose the Trickster talents, or Eldritch Scoundrel talents. You have your spell progression, which is already very low, so it's not a very good spell progression. And you get Sneak Attack improved, which is like the least important part of being an Arcane Trickster. So Arcane Trickster, I just feel like, is better dealt with Nenyo or Ember or somebody else who's got better blasting potential than Woljif. Because Woljif is just like... he doesn't work out too well, honestly. He's decent. He does do damage, and as a rogue, he has a lot of skill points, so he's good at, like, unlocking chests and stuff, but, like, he's not very good in his basic parts. Inventors... No, they're not. I've never... Is it 2nd edition Pathfinder? Did they add it to 2nd edition or something? Because I've never seen Inventor as a class. Unless you meant, like, Inventor as an archetype, or Inventor is just, like, a character type who is an Inventor. Okay, 2nd edition I'm not familiar with. I mostly don't like 2nd edition because of what they did to the Alchemist. Because Alchemist is my favorite class, and they really did Alchemist dirty, in my opinion. At least it's not as bad as the playtest. God, and playtest is just... Ugh. Terrible design. I don't know who came up with stuff with, like... God, what was that point called? What are the things called in 2nd edition where you, like, you have to use points based on your charisma, I think it was, to, like, attune items. Was it just attunement? I think it was just attunement, but, like, attunement in the beta for Pathfinder 2nd edition was god-awful, and it basically made the Alchemist completely unusable as a class. Not that it was a very good class in 2nd edition to begin with, in my opinion, because, like, it takes the best parts of the Alchemist. The Alchemist is a class that can do almost anything. It can do damage, it can do buffs, it can do debuffs, it can do control, it can do melee combat, it can do ranged combat, it can do long-range combat with spells, it can do, like, all these weird builds, it can become a tank, it can become anything you want. An Alchemist is one of the best designed classes in base Pathfinder, in my opinion. Just because of how malleable the class is, even ignoring all the archetypes. Like, ignore all the archetypes, just taking the base class with the base functions, you can make, like, an entire party of just alchemists that function completely differently. And then in 2nd edition, you have, like, mutagen and throw item, and that's it, I think. And throw item is, like, not like throw bombs, it's like you do the alchemy thing and, like, fast craft an alchemist fire and throw that instead. And just... It's a step down. It's a big step down. Like, I don't play Alchemist to be, like, either the guy throwing fireballs from the back line or the big hulking brute in the front line. I play Alchemist because I can turn an Alchemist into a dude that lifts buildings and uses them as clubs, or grows 4 arms and then uses them to dual-wield greatswords, which is technically allowed. That one's technically allowed. Or I make an Alchemist who just has an int score of, like, 50, and then infects people by injecting a detect thoughts into them and causes them to become stunned. Because if you're intelligent... If you have detect thoughts, and you use detect thoughts on a target that has an int score like 20 points higher than yours, you become stunned. So at one point, I had a character who's just like, you know what, my int score is like 50 or 60. If I just start afflicting people with detect thoughts as, like, an offensive attack, they become stunned. That was a fun character. That was my poison character, actually, because I reached the point where, like, I've figured out how to maximize poisons. How do I poison things that can't be poisoned? And that was one of the routes I went with. The other route was just remove the air and cause people to explode with infinite damage. Preservationist is real goofy. Preservationist is... Okay, so there's, like, 3 ways to do Preservationist. There's, like, normal Preservationist, which is just, you know, you have your summons, you just summon creatures. And if you want, you can even go for, like, the other summon stuff. Like, I think it also stacks with, I think it also stacks with that other archetype that gets you summon stuff, and then you can have, like, your Tumor Familiar, and you can do, like, just, you know, throwing creatures out. Then there's the other fun way to do Preservationist, where all your summons are infused, and you can pass them off to your party. So, oh yeah, the Bard Summoner I think is pretty decent. But for Preservationist, you take your infused summons and pass them off to your party. And what that means is, unlike a normal summoner, where you have to spend like a full round action to summon however many creature, like one creature or 1d4 plus 1 dogs or whatever, your entire party gets to just pop open a summon at the start of combat, and you just flood the field with creatures as a standard action, because all alchemist spells are standard actions. Regardless of what they do, their casting action is always a standard action to activate the extract. That's 2. Number 3 is similar, but you have the Promethean Alchemist archetype, which gives you a construct familiar, like a homunculus familiar, like little child familiar thing, that can use your spells and your spells in addition to you, and basically just doubles your action economy. And you do that, and you give your homunculus half of your extract, because in addition to that, Promethean is an incredibly restrictive archetype. It removes a lot of your class features and basically makes it incompatible with every archetype except Preservationist. Preservationist is like one of the only archetypes that can stack with Promethean. So if you take Promethean, if I remember correctly actually, Promethean actually is very detrimental because it removes the stuff like your mutagen, but keeps in stuff like persistent mutagen, which is a completely useless ability for that archetype, where Preservationist takes that away. So you get to you basically trade out your entire class features. Promethean takes away like the good parts, and then Preservationist cleans up the rest of it that weren't taken away by Promethean, and you have a brand new class who's just 2 people throwing creatures at the enemy. And then if you want really fun stuff, you flavor yourself as a little old grandma who cooks up cookies for your party, and that's what your extracts are. And when you summon things, you're actually summoning like gingerbread lions to go out and battle for you. Man, I love Alchemist. It's such a good class. Dome's character made was very few common capabilities around his horrible strength-related skills. Saint's skill checks and power. We were playing mythical powers activated, trickster, archaeologist, elf, good mental stat. Yeah. So yeah, just skill. That's what I do with my trickster character, honestly. Just skill max out. Okay, now, God, I got sidetracked. Back to this thing. Where's the code for this one again? I don't remember what the code for this one is. I want to say it's... No, it's not that. I think it's... Well, Ember died.
Victory is worth the pain. I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
There it is. I knew it was one of those. There we go. Okay, I think I cleaned up this side of the place, so now we head off to the second half.
Keep your calm.
You can handle them, right?
Alright, now for these two.
There are many roads to success.
Let's look at the eggs. Stop! Password! Good stuff. Let's see. Lore Master, Arcane Knowledge, and Knowledge of World Powers. You don't got no character lead things. Yeah, that's why skill characters are always useful, because it's not like with a good DM, having actual knowledge checks is actually incredibly useful because it means you get a lot of extra stuff that you can use to plan around things. Whereas just if you pass other skill checks that aren't perhaps as strong, you don't get as much out of it. Also, to answer your question, Cecilia, also hello, this is story difficulty for 2 reasons. One, I've already played the game through on core almost to the end. I stopped doing core at the very final level because I realized it was just an entire, like, gauntlet.
Must be a sign.
And I just, that was a bit much.
Don't mind me.
So I decided not to do that on core and instead did on story difficulty. And the second reason is because I'm going through every single one of the mythic paths. This is number... hold on, what did I do so far? Did Lich, Bull Dragon, Trickster, Aeon. So this is number 5. And, I'm not gonna do all of those on core difficulty. That's a lot of game to play through.
My tail is restless. This is my kind of work. Might be trap, might be treasure. This is my
Yeah, exactly. Like, I actually...
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign. Pretty good, aren't I? This is my kind of work.
Like, I am doing most of the extra stuff because I want to see, like, all the interactions between Angel and Aeon and Trickster and all that stuff, right?
The time for words has passed.
Tactical retreat. It's all your fault.
Really? Wow, okay. Guess I gotta cast Remove Fear next. Fire Elemental Specialist Wizard. Okay, that's an interesting idea.
Watch out for
What's wrong with you, Bismuth? Oh, you're just at -9 health. That's what.
Keep your wits about
Okay, real quick. Oh, yeah. As for the taking forever, it does. But thankfully, I'm also cutting out a lot of time by skipping a lot of dialogue and cutscenes, which makes the game take much less time. Unsurprisingly. I am still doing a lot of the optional stuff, but just cutting out the dialogue in a lot of situations where it's something I've already seen means that I don't have to worry as much. Alright, time to call Citizen Boulder in. There he is. The greatest of us all, Citizen Boulder.
There are many roads to success.
Take a look.
Thanks, Woljif.
I sense something.
Thanks, Woljif. No body, no sound, no weight, no sound. 0, 5, 6, 3. And that, I believe, is for the thing that's in the Mimic Room.
I will guide.
Which I can't do until I do this.
Danger ahead!
Really? Okay. Yeah, the bound of possibility really varies greatly between how useful it is. Which is the only problem with that thing. Oh, you little...
Retreat is not an option.
Get over there, Woljeff. I know what this one is. This one's an acid trap.
I'll cheer you on from...
No, this one's the acid trap.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
This one's the acid trap. I know that one.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Yeah, that reminds me. Did they buff Demon appropriately? Because I remember in beta, it was fairly weak. And I remember on launch, people were complaining it was also fairly weak. So I don't know if they changed that to make it good yet.
There are many roads to success.
Demon was very interesting.
There's something unusual.
Was a very interesting path, though. Just in terms of, like, the interactivity and how the world works. Really? That's... that's a very big jump.
It's either us or them.
That will serve as an example. I'm up for an adventure.
I'm prepared.
Okay, there's the other one.
I'm here. Where else would I be?
Damn it, wrong one.
I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
Let's make this quick.
Prepare yourself.
There you go, problem solved. Anything here?
This is my kind of work.
Focus on the goal.
Ooh, some cold iron. Light shield of cursed allegiance. Bismuth, are you still... God damn it. Okay, hold on a second.
Knowledge is the key.
Actually, Ember, do you have any? Yeah, you do. Here, just tap the dinosaur for a second.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So going back, as long as they didn't change the number of rage, it's still underwhelming. Effects themselves are very strong, just limited. The motto gets mandatory for demons. So it's probably, I guess that's probably like a one that gives you more rages. I was laughing when I made Bath. My discard looked like Wimps. Card Hellfire Rage, just burning them to ash. Cloak and specific demon aspect dealt so much more damage, it was unreal. Yeah, so I could see why then. So it becomes very much, it's not like a glass cannon, it becomes like a specific period, like you get superpower, and then outside of that you're kind of whatever. As much damage when a demon spellcaster around level causes in Kingmaker, you can get 6 or 7 damage dealt per dice rolled. Ooh. Okay, I see.
Watch out for trouble.
I see. So it's... what's the best way to describe it? Ah, I see. So is that, is that... is that on top of bolster? Okay. That might be funny to try it solo then. Just try solo, blasting with a wizard or something. Oh, there's a frog. Alright.
good.
And there we go. Hello, Rimmerack. How are you doing?
Time to work.
Damn it! I want to keep Rimmerack alive. Cross-blooded. Okay. I hope they add mod support, like official mod support soon, because what is it? What was that thing called? I think Spell Havoc. There's like some sort of sorcerer thing, if I remember correctly, that lets you add even more dice.
Pretty good, aren't I?
All right, good. Rimmerack remains alive.
Watch out for trouble.
Yeah.
Time to
Yeah, I mean, I'm using a couple of the mods. But, that's the only one I can think of that'd be like, I'm kind of interested in this. Mostly because I've seen it used in a lot of, like, the meta builds. Let's do big air quotes around meta there. The meta builds when dealing with, casting blasters. Also, let's see, Angel Bridge time. Ooh, yeah. That's true, yeah. Because they get Dimensional Slide, I think it's called. The arcane trick there. And you can also get Bloodlines as an Arcanist, too. Oh my god, there's so many demons! Oh, it deals damage. I remember it got a teleport, but I didn't remember it dealing damage. Witch of the Veil gets infinite... Oh, that's true, she does. I think I saw that. Witch of the Veil also gets a bunch of invisibility stuff. Yeah, it's a fun cutscene, because it's just like, I'm going to fight to the end no matter what happens! Okay, that explains it. Because when I, like I said, I only played Demon in beta. So I haven't done anything there. The cultist's words are drowned out by the resounding call of a war horn. Dismay ripples through the demon host, and a moment later, everything around you is filled with a blinding light. Hey, look! It's my best pal, who's probably going to become my advisor. Practice AoE spell damage.
In the name
yeah.
of Iomedae, I say to you fiends, flee, for you will find no mercy here.
Yeah.
Forge onward to your enemy, champion, and have no fear. The warriors of heaven will keep the monsters from your back.
What, did you say something?
Here! Damn it all! You'll answer for this some other time.
Alright, now let's have some fun, shall we? I'm going to turn off turn-based mode for this. I'm going to turn on turn-based mode for this. Because here's what we're going to do. First, we are going to... I don't have anything. Alright, I'm going to just invisible myself. Why not? Alright, now Ember, you are an arcane trickster. How about some Fire Snake? Okay. Little underwhelming. Regil.
Retreat is not an option.
Yeah, which is fine. Because I'm about to do something...
Is worth the pain.
I'm about to do something that's going to be,
I will resist.
a little less than ideal for that.
simply business.
Okay, now this Gibberleth in particular I want gone.
Cover me, all right?
Surrender, or else!
Kneel before me.
Tactical retreat! No?
Prepare yourself.
Doo-doo-doo. Alright, and I'm not going to summon anything else on this one. So let's just... Wall of Light. Let's do Radiant Ground. I could use some healing. Oh, that god, that's a huge area. Holy shit. No, this is just a nature oracle.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Okay, you know, I'm just gonna turn it on, because this is... There we go.
That will serve as an example.
Alright, folks, let's go. No time to waste. Gotta go kill Xanther while I've still got magic active. Yeah, anyway, that was a nature oracle angel. So that's why I have summon nature's ally. Okay, speaking of which,
Keep your wits about you.
let's summon some more manticores. Not a mastodon. 1d4 plus 1 manticores. Hello, Xanther. Yeah, the angel stuff is wild, because it's all a bunch of, like, super good healing and spells. Xanther the Plagued One, you're the one who's been imbuing demons with powers never before seen on Galarian. I have come to stop you. Alright, now if you would, just cast that spell again. I don't know why the Manticores are the lower tier one. They seem like they'd be better. Alright, there we go. There's the Manticores. Now, how about summoning some... Dire Wolves? Let's throw those into the mix. Yeah, Creeping Doom does seem good, but I don't know how good it would be here. Oh god, Arushale's a dog now. When did that happen? Let's get some boars. Ah, I see the wolves tripped him. No save curse, yeah, well, it worked. Let's see here. Anyway, as for Angel Path getting you spells, it does give you spells even if you are purely non-caster. And in fact, it has a lot of really good stuff if you're a non-caster. Yeah, a little bit. Angel, that doesn't surprise me though, because it is a path primarily about killing demons, and I figure that Angel is probably like the path that they intend everybody to play first. Or the Hindering Crystals, are you gonna die?
I sense something.
Away he goes. Look at all these. Look at all my friends here. Look at all of them. Look at these. They're just crowding. It's a little crowdy. We got the old Grimoire. But yeah, Angel. So Angel's main benefit is not dealing damage. It's just you have some obscene buffs and like defensive spells that are really, really good.
Seems my expertise was not enough.
This is my kind of work.
Oh, Touch of Mercy. Handy. Also, story mode after Mythic Rank 3 with Angel, even on Unfair. Well, I mean, whatever works, right? I haven't tried. I tried Unfair once, but I wasn't able to get past the, I wasn't able to easily get past the, Ivory... The Shield Maze. That's the one. I wasn't able to get past the Shield Maze easily, so I just kind of decided to back down and turn it down a little bit. Hello, Jerabeth. As for... Okay, so back to Xander. Sorry, I had to circle around a bit to your question. For the martial class stuff, Angel actually does have a lot of really, really good options for melee characters. The Halo you get, for example, just directly increases your AC, which only happens in a radius around you, but it does mean that you're able to actually tank better in combat, let's say. Not tank necessarily, but you have a bunch of stuff like there's one where your Halo's light burns enemies that are nearby you. So as long as you're in combat, you're constantly dealing damage to everything in the area around you. There's another one where you become immune to AoE spells from your allies. So, for example, if Woljif or Ember or Nenyo throws a fireball at you, you take no damage. And also, their caster level gets improved by 3 for that spell if you're the target. So you become immune to damage and also boost the damage of spells being targeted at you while you're in the middle of combat. There's a couple other ones I saw that looked pretty good. Like there's ones that just boost your damage. Like you get a Holy Blade thing, which just boosts your damage up extra high. It really feels like Angel was tuned for 2 things. It was tuned to either be a cleric, because you know you have your spellbook combination stuff, or tuned to be on a paladin, because you do all that stuff and then you also get to smite evil and get just these gigantic buffs that let you wade through enemies. Like that's how it feels when I was looking at the stuff in that. There goes the boar. But with that, I am now done with the Ivory Sanctum. And I'm pretty sure I got everything of note from here. So we can just leave. And take all the loot. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. And now that the Ivory Sanctum has been taken care of, there's someone on the road. And this is probably Kaini again. This is probably the Ancient Ghost. Oh, multi-class monstrosity is the best. What's your multi-class? Oh, no, it's Forn. Okay, hi, buddy. How are you doing? Hey guys. You'll pay for your deception, elf.
Make this quick.
I'm sorry. Nice. Rip in peace. I forgot that they show up at this point. Oh god, I'm overloaded.
I will guide.
Oh yeah, I mean that... Angel Oracle specifically ramps up power. Okay, so how there's pick paths for story, not mechanics, and then figure out the mechanics. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Like, specifically, I've been going for like, okay, which path do I want to do next? Angel. Okay, what class would be good for that? Oracle's the one that was suggested to me because it seems like a good fit, so I picked that. Or for the other ones, it's just like, what do I feel like playing, and which one of these seems like a good pick? Also, check out the Pipe Fox over here. Look at this little guy. Look at him go. Mod a demon to be less annoying. Yeah, I might not, because I do want to see what all the paths look like sort of in their natural form, but we'll see as time goes on. Angel Oracle specifically ramps up spell scaling. But yeah, why wouldn't Cleric do the same thing? Like, that's... Like, it's Angel and Oracle, or Angel and Cleric. Like, either one of those work, so I'm not sure why Oracle specifically would be the one. On this difficulty in real time, game looks like a Lord of the Rings scene where Aragorn and the others kill orcs like paper. Pretty much. It is honestly really funny, because I know if you're not playing it, like... I'm not going to say competently, but, like, if you're not building the characters up as much as I am in, like, optimal ways, then they will have some trouble on occasion, but it's never to the point of, like, you can't do it. And, as for this, let's see. Plan is 1 Blood Rager, 5 Fighter, Mutation Warrior, 1 Monk, Scale Fist, 2 Paladin, 6 Slayer, Deliverer, 1 Witch, Stigmatized, and 4 Dragon Disciple. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know they scale better. Thank you for explaining. Okay, so let's see here. Ah, okay. I would say... do Scaled Fist first, and then your Paladin levels. No, actually, reverse that. Do Paladin first, then Scaled Fist. Because you're gonna hit level... You're gonna hit level 3 by the Shield Maze, if I remember correctly. And you want to start off with full BAB, because at those early levels, you really need to be able to actually hit things, and Monk does not have that benefit. You're also going to have... if you also start with Paladin, then you're going to get the option to grab Radiance and have that start off more powerful, which will be useful. So you do that, you can go into Scaled Fist at that point, because then you'll be able to start doing the stuff like smiting your hands or whatever. That also give you some levels to go into that. Then I would suggest probably doing Mutation Warrior. Mutation Warrior for maybe like 2 levels, just to get the mutagen in there. Maybe grab a Discovery. Possibly go into Blood Rager at that point. And then, I don't know exactly what you need for Dragon Disciple. I think you do need spellcasting levels for that, which I don't remember. But anyway, you can probably get into Dragon Disciple as soon as possible just by doing skill stuff. And then after that point, I'm not sure why you'd go for Witch and Slayer 6. Specifically Witch. Like, if you're doing Witch, then you might be able to go into Witch at, like, level 5 or 6, which will give you a Hex. Plus, you know, whatever else you grab from that. And then I'd say probably do Slayer and Fire Sword trading off. Start with Paladin, then Witch, then Monk. Plans to take all level 1 dips first and return the second to Paladin, but the rest is all in clear. I'm just not sure why you're taking the Witch level. That's my only question there. Let's see. Which is for Ice Plant. Okay. I see. And then, right, Slayer for dual wielding, since you only have, like, 1 or 2 levels a monk. So you can't really flurry. So move action. Paracaster is a very nice advantage to when you use meta magic. Okay. I sort of see where you're going with that stuff. And with, like, the spontaneous stuff. I can't leave. Do you have any casts of Bear's Endurance?
Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi. Unimosi travisi.
How far over the weight limit am I? I'm almost there. Do I have any enlarged spells? No. Can I cast it on Bismuth? Yes! Yes. I think there is Ring of Evasion or something. Hold on, I think I might have one. That's Ring of Devastating Will, which is Will Evasion. Right. So, let me think here, though. So, at what level do you get Bark Skin? Because Ice Plant just gives you natural armor, but not natural armor enhancement, right? Although, no, because you do want that, because you want to skip getting an Amulet of Natural Armor in favor of getting Amulet of Mighty Fists. And if you're lucky, you can actually get an Agile Amulet of Mighty Fists, which lets you skip doing Strength for Dex. Which would be really good for you, since you're not going to be wearing any armor as a monk, Scale Fist monk slash paladin. Gotta be an option for that. I'll look up what Ice Plant does in a second, because I don't remember the wording on that. I don't remember if it's natural armor or natural armor enhancement. The Sword of Valor glows, as if in greeting. The glow is so bright, it's not immediately clear there is another source of light present. The shimmering golden wings of a magnificent angel.
Valiant champion of Golarion, allow me to greet you. My name is the Hand of the Inheritor, and I am the Herald of Iomedae, the Lightbringer.
Completely different scene. The face of the angel is hidden by a helm, but his eyes are clearly looking at you. When he begins to speak, there is an undercurrent of excitement in his resounding, proud voice. The angel then drops to one knee before you, his grace belying his monumental stature. Thank you. You do me a great honor, Herald. Yeah, well, I mean, you're not a real demon at that point. You're just mostly evil.
I am only giving you the credit you deserve, valiant champion. We have much to discuss, champion. You must have many questions for me, and I for you. First of all, I wish to say that I have come here to do what I can to help you. But also because I too need your help. But what I need most of all is an answer to a question that has been troubling me.
At this point, only demon DNA, unknown to this angel. Yeah. So I lost a playthrough. Oof, that's rough. Well, the bright side is, if you play on story mode, you can just zip right through the game. You can just go. Like, you can beat the entire first act in like 4 hours if you're really just going. which is what I did the first time through. Like, well, not first time through. I had to redo a save for some reason, and I just zipped through, like, Chapter 1 till, like, the start of Chapter 2 in, like, 4 hours. Ah, okay. I gotta play Pillars at some point. I needed to do Pillars 1 and Pillar 2 after I've finished with this and also beaten Divinity. I've got to do Divinity. That is a good question, though. Why they're so, like, happy to help you. Yeah, Chapter 2 is a little rough. It's also rough in the original adventure path. Because it's... Like, Chapter 1, you know, is low-level adventuring, but whatever. Chapter 2, you've got to deal with the army nonsense, which is really awkward in Wrath of the Righteous, like in the original. The version they do here is... Yeah, it really is. At least they give you respect. But in Chapter 2 in the original adventure path, you have to deal with the army combat, which kind of is really, really jank. Like, they did a very good job in this one in comparison to that. Trust me, it's super not good. The ultimate combat stuff is not a good explanation of how army combat works. There's a lot of weird edge cases that they really did not think about. It's really awkward. Yeah. So in addition to that, you have to do all this. There's like a bunch of role-playing and events that happen all across your journey up to Dresden from Canabris. You've got to deal with Nura, who is actively sabotaging you the entire time. Oh, you only learned that both games are from the tabletop game? Ha! Yeah, Lost Chapel is really lengthy. The nice part is that it's only half as long if you don't have the Lich stuff, but if you do, it's very long. The Vescor stuff is... the actual Vescor area isn't too bad, because you can pretty much do a straight shot to the Queen and just kill it, but if you try and do the underside, that one's also very lengthy. Also, yeah. So Kingmaker is an interesting one. Kingmaker, the adventure path, is infamous or famous, depending on your point of view, for being terribly written, but also having so much freedom that a good DM can literally just make their own campaign out of the bones. It's like, Kingmaker by itself is not great, and the kingdom management stuff is real janky at times, like real janky, but there's a lot of stuff you can do with it that makes it really fun, and it's a very good sandbox to play around with. And Pathfinder, being a tabletop RPG with a boatload of rules, has a lot of stuff that you can just slot in there and throw in and modify to your leisure and just do whatever. Based on tabletop like D&D, but not that the story was the same. Yeah. Yeah, well, they're not exactly the same. Like, in Kingmaker, for example, you do fight the Stag Lord, and you do go through a lot of the story beats, but there's a lot of new stuff, even ignoring the side characters. Wrath of the Righteous is a huge departure. Like, in Wrath of the Righteous, you have opening part where you do Canabris. Like, that's all the same, basically. You fall down into the caves below Canabris, you meet Chief Sol and Lan and kill Wendwog, who is exclusively an ally. Wendwog gets a huge glow up in this game. So all that stuff is the same. You go through the shield maze, you get back onto the surface of Canabris, you have to go to the Defender's Heart, you operate out of that to fight the cultist cells all around the city, and eventually you do launch an attack on the Grey Garrison, just like in the game. However, the main difference is the Ward Stone, instead of being this giant structure, it's not quite the same, but like, yeah, there's a lot of differences. Yeah, especially this. But when you're attacking the Ward Stone in Canabris in the Grey Garrison, I don't remember what her name is, but the lady who does the swarms is actually the final boss at the Ward Stone, and you have to destroy it using I think you use a Rod of Negation on it. Like, you actually get one specifically for that purpose. Doing so destroys the Ward Stone and, like, sends out a huge wave of energy that basically half kills you as it's infusing you with mythic power. So the same thing happens at the end where you're fighting Monago, except that instead of Monago, afterwards, Arilu Vorlish actually appears there. Like, Arilu actually shows up and starts, like, taunting you until you get Mythic up and start going. Act 2, you got a lot of extra stuff going on. You have Nura actively sabotaging the campaign the entire time. She constantly drains morale while she's doing that. There's a bunch of other NPCs that are showing up. For example, Aaron Kier, who shows up on occasion related to Social, is a pseudo-relevant character in the original Adventure Path, as opposed to just like a cameo. He's literally just there to be a nod to the original adventure. And he's got his whole thing with Eustoriax in the basement and Shadow Demon blood and addiction and all that stuff. There's Arls Justander, who is a down and out, very down on the whole campaign soldier who constantly spreads dissent. There's Social. Of course, Social's there. Erebeth and Nenevia show up and actually take over control of Dresden. They actually, like, Erebeth becomes the warden of Dresden after you take the city instead of you. Because you have to go off adventuring. You're big, important characters. You're the mythic characters, but you're the ones who are spearheading the invasion. You're not the ones taking control of the city. What else? There's that time that my party accidentally killed Nura. Completely on accident, did the right thing, as it turns out. Urshule shows up in Chapter 3 in basically the same spot she does here, but not in the jail in Dresden. There's... what else? There's also Vilrith's Ford. That entire fight happens. That's like the first time you use the army combat. There's a lot of changes. Another example is Wintersun. Oh, it's way different. It's wild. Yeah, Urushule's a weird one. Yeah. So there's that part of it, because she is written as, like... Urushule is literally written as, like, the main waifu character. Because she's a succubus, which means she's super hot, but also she's not evil. And everybody wants to be the one to redeem the succubus. Because there's all the stories about, like, oh yeah, we redeemed Urushule, and it was, like, super cool, and it was, like, the super great moment. And, yeah. No, she's still chaotic neutral, I think. Like, her deal is basically the same. She still has a little bit of the old demon juice on her, because in the game here, there's a lot of reference to and, like, implications of she can't, like, do anything with anybody, because, like, even a kiss will suck their soul out and all that stuff. But in the original Adventure Path, if I remember correctly, she does still have, like, a little bit more of the demon juice on her, where she is adversely affected by... she is adversely affected by things like the Bell of Mercy, or things that would detect demons. That sort of stuff. Like, she is working her way up, but she is still a demon. She still has the evil subtype. Yeah, in the game she is portrayed as neutral good. She's not... I would agree with that. Just, like, I don't fault them, because they're just trying to focus more on the succubus redemption thing and trying to overcome her past offenses, which would push her more into good, like, good, as opposed to chaotic good, which would be more like trying to, instead of trying to make up for her past offenses, just trying to, like, do good for other people around her, or, like, build herself back up so that she doesn't fall down. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about for that part. But, yeah. So, Urushule's an interesting one. Also, she has a unique bow called Star Bow given to her, which she doesn't exist in the game, which is weird. But also, just as another example of knowing stuff going to the game, when you fall down in Canabris, like, your party falls down, what initially happens is you have Tyrendoliv's scales, and those actually cast a featherfall effect on you as you're descending. And then when you fall, you meet Anevia, who falls down with you, Horgus Gwyrm, who's actually with you from the start. Like, him meeting you in the Mongrelman camp is whatever. It doesn't make too much of a difference there. But the one that really got me the first time I played was Aravashniel, who's the dead body that Camelia's killed right at the very start. Aravashniel is a fairly important NPC throughout Book 1, where he's a member of the Blackwing Library. He's like fairly high into the city's politics and knows all this information, and he sort of helps you point out to different locations and do all this stuff. He's blinded by he was replaced by the storyteller, exactly. He's blinded as a result of falling down there and like the demon attack, and if you heal him, he actually like pledges his eternal loyalty to you as a result of that. And then he's just dead. He's just straight up dead in the beginning of the game, which is pretty wild to me. And that was the signs like, oh, they're just gonna, there's nods and stuff, but they're gonna change it and do whatever, which they really do. For example, Camellia does not exist. The only characters that exist in the original adventure path are Sociel and Urushalek. Camellia does not exist. Sela exists, but she doesn't exist in the original adventure. She is like Amiri. She's like an Amiri in Kingmaker, where they're characters created by Paizo as like the Iconics, and these are just like, this is basically their pre-made character. They make the pre-made Bard, which is Amiri, and the pre-made Paladin, which is Sela, and those are like those archetypal example of what this class is about. That's what their deal is. So there's like that. There's God, I don't remember most of them, honestly. They're kind of forgettable. The only other one I really remember is Valoros, who's the fighter, because he just does it. He's a 2-weapon fighter, and he's just a cool guy. I think the wizard is Ezrin or something? Oh, they added Harim. Okay. Harim is the iconic ranger. He's terrible. He's a ranger he's a dwarf ranger who focuses on using a crossbow. Like, he's not very good. Anyway, so that's Sela's deal, but the rest of the characters are made specifically for this game. Camellia, Woljif, Regil. Oh, he's actually in Kingmaker? Oh, cool. Okay, so actually, sort of focusing on that, each adventure path is done... That's surprising. I don't know anyone who likes Harim. But, so the deal with that is each adventure path has a... I'm going to use big air quotes here, but each adventure path has a canonical group of the Iconics that went on the adventure. For example, Amiri is actually the big air quotes canonical king in Kingmaker. Like, in the canonical version of Kingmaker, Amiri is the one who becomes the ruler, and then she's accompanied by her squad of whatever. In Wrath of the Righteous, obviously Sela is there. I don't remember who else is in a lot of other ones. I remember that Marisil the Rogue is in Reign of Winter. Basically, if you ever look at the covers and see, like, specific characters showing up in the covers, those are who the Iconics are. Some of the Kingmaker companions, Kingmaker game ones were pretty well written. So I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually... Wait, no. Wait. Harim is... Anyway, I haven't actually played Kingmaker all the way through. I played up until the Stag Lord, and that's about where I fell off. I really gotta go back. Also, hold on a second. Harim is... I'm not thinking of... Hold on. Okay, I was mistaken. Harim is the Grotus cleric. That's not who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Harsk. That was his name. Harsk is the iconic ranger. He is a angry-looking dwarf man who uses a crossbow instead of a good weapon. Anyway, so which adventure path would make the best Pathfinder 3? Let me look through and I'll tell you. I want another campaign where you can be evil. Okay, so let me actually answer both of those questions real quick here. So we're just going to take a quick break here. I got to go through the Hand of the Inheritors dialogue at some point, but I just want to see here. So, Pathfinder role-playing game. Starfinder actually is a lot of fun, just from what I played of it, of the original, like, normal playthrough of it. Space combat's a little wonky, but a lot of the classes follow a design structure similar to, like, some of the later designs in Pathfinder, which are good. So you have your like operative and your Solarian and all that stuff. Like there's a lot of really cool stuff they do in Starfinder, which just makes it a lot of fun to play. All the classes have very interesting options. Nothing's too overpowered, nothing's too underpowered. There's always stuff to do. Everything has its place. It's all very interesting. And it has like a lot of cool flavor, and there's a lot of fun stuff they can throw in there too. For example, did you know that Drow have their own planet and they're just chill? Like after in Starfinder's universe, all the elves are crazy, psychotic, xenophobic assholes because the only thing they know, there's like a gap period where just like a large period of time just disappears and Galarian has vanished. But like all the elves come together and the only thing they can tell is that they as a race were backstabbed and betrayed by somebody and they don't know who. So they just don't trust anybody. And in comparison, the Drow literally just sit on their own planet and are just chill and go like, hey, you guys want to adventure? We got like a bunch of ruins underneath our planet. And they just basically collect parking fees. And then people go in there. Like, they don't help them out. If people die down there, they die down there. But they just collect parking fees and just like chill out on their planet. And then there's also Zoe, who runs an interplanetary game show of undead. Starfinder's great. Like, honestly, Starfinder has a lot of fun stuff to it, except for the spaceship combat, which is really wonky and awkward and kind of slow and not very good. Which is why I've been looking at, like, alternate space game RPGs to figure out what would be, like, a good replacement for the space combat in Starfinder. But, like, as for the actual world, it's super fun. Another example is Triaxis. Triaxis is a planet which is weird. It has like a really long elliptical orbit. Oh yeah, there's demons. There's devils, there's giant demon starships. There's also totally not Warhammer 40k reference starships, where basically all the Iomedean followers have become Space Marines and have giant cathedral ships that basically look like they're out of Warhammer 40k. And they fight giant starship-sized demons and devils. It's super fun. I'm actually pretty sure that like one of the weapons you can get as like that's tied to the Iomedean worshippers is actually a chainsword. If I remember correctly, there is actually literal chainswords in Starfinder you can get. They're not actual Space Marines. They're not like 10 feet tall and made out of steel, but they look like them. They look like 40k characters. It's silly. Hold on. Let me actually find one real quick. This fucking... I don't remember what it's called, but there's a really sick-looking ship, which is actually just a giant devil. This is Starjammer, which is not what I want. Maybe Hell Knight ships? Oh, I think it's the Unbringer. Is that it? I think this is it. I don't think this is it. Okay, hold on a second. Which book was this thing in? It's in Starfinder Alien Archives. Let me open up that real quick. Okay, so I want the Endbringer. Which is page 34? Is that the one? Yes. Okay, so check this thing out. You see this thing? That's a devil. It literally turns into a starship. It literally just transforms into a starship. And this is what it actually looks like. Like, look at this thing. It's super cool. And there's just a bunch of stuff like that. And also, one thing I really like about Starfinder is, like, a lot of the, like, weaker creature types are just there as a race. Yeah, so another thing that's really fun about Starfinder is a lot of the weird aliens are actually... Half of the alien archive is literally a race guide. Like, let me see if I can find... What's that fucking thing with, like, the foot that's just a giant nose? Oh, like, here's one. Like, you see this guy right here? Here, you see this dude right here? This giant floating brain that has telekinesis? This thing? You can play that. That's a race. It's a bestiary entry. It's a CR2 bestiary entry. But it's also a race you can use because they included racial stats and stuff for it. Like, half of the Alien Archive is literally just a bunch of new character races you can play as. It's fantastic. I love it. There's also one, which I don't remember the name of, which is basically just a giant, like, stone nose sitting on a ball that rolls around. And those guys are cool. I only remember them because they're giant noses that roll around on balls. And that's the only thing I remember about them, but you can play them. You can play as one if you want. There's giant fire-breathing spiders that are a race. There's space orcs. There's space goblins. Those are a thing. Like, it's really cool. There's a lot of stuff in Starfinder. It's super fun. All right, now back to what I was doing before, which is looking through the adventure paths here. So, adventure paths. You got Rise of the Runelords, which is the very first adventure path made in Pathfinder's... Well, no. That's not quite right. Rise of the Runelords is the first adventure path made in Galarian. That's its claim to fame. Because Paizo had previously made other adventure paths, such as Age of Worms, which were really more of like a 6-part mini-series of adventures in Dragon or Dungeon magazine, which they published. But Rise of the Runelords is the first one that was actually published in Galarian, in Paizo's world. That was still in 3.5, which has a lot of 3.5 holdovers. For example, there's a part in one of the later books, if I remember correctly, where you have to fight a mummy who abuses the trip rule attack of opportunity thing, where he'll trip a target and then as an attack of opportunity when they stand back up, trip them again. And it's literally just a floating mummy that does this. It's not even like unwrapped. It's just a floating body covered in bandages that does this. Anyway, that's Rise of the Runelords. Rise of the Runelords would be a good adventure, although it's very linear, and I don't think they would do it. It's very much just a go to this place, ba-bam, 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 adventure, 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 locations. It'd be fun, but they probably wouldn't do it because they'd most likely make an adventure path that takes advantage of all the stuff they've done, which is the big open worlds, traveling around to places of your own volition, that sort of thing. Curse of the Crimson Throne is one I've heard only good things about. It does a lot of stuff in Corvosa, but again, that's a lot of stuff in a very specific location. Not a lot of stuff there. One thing that would be cool about something like Curse of the Crimson Throne or Council of Thieves, though, would be introducing the Vigilante class, which works better in an actual pen and paper setting. Second Darkness is involving... Second Darkness is something they actually touch on a lot in this game, because... bizarrely, in fact, because that's what Kael'essa is all about. Second Darkness is all about It was all about the Drow and elves and the Drow trying to destroy the surface world again, and that's where you find out about the Winter Council and about the Dark Fate and all that stuff. And it's also really racist if you think about it. Legacy of Fire is a weird one because that's over in Katapesh, and like it deals with a bunch of stuff in that area, which barely ever gets touched, honestly. I don't know a whole lot about that. I know it just involves summoning a big old fire demon, which then goes off to another plane and doesn't really have much of an effect on the world as a whole. Council of Thieves. Council of Thieves is unique in that it's the first one actually made in the Pathfinder rule set. It's also kind of bad. Nothing much happens in it, and it doesn't really do much. It does have a scene which is fairly legendary, though, for people who do Pathfinder games, where it's basically your entire party has to do an opera scene. Like, literally has like the entire opera scene in there. You have to do acting, you have to do singing, action, adventure, all that stuff. That's pretty much like the highlight of the adventure path. Like, the rest of it's kind of whatever. Kingmaker. Wow, they really went into Kingmaker that early? Wow. All right, Kingmaker is a game that already has an adventure in CRPG form. There you go. Serpent Skull. I don't know much about that one. I believe this is a very similar to like old school adventure, just going into wild lands and finding out what delves deep below. Carrion Crown is very gothic. Yeah. Carrion Crown is like a gothic adventure. It takes place in Ustalav. It deals with the Whispering Tyrant, but not that much. That one, I remember, has a very weird difficulty curve because you start off dealing with ghosts and then you end up fighting like vampires and werewolves, which are much easier to deal with than trying to fight a ghost at like level 2. Jade Regent is a cool one. It's basically a pseudo-sequel to Rise of the Runelords because you start off in Sandpoint, like literally in the same location. And it involves one of the minor / actually it's fairly major character in Rise of the Runelords. Because start of book 1, you have to deal with in book 1 you have to deal with Tsuto Kaijutsu, who is the half brother of Ameko, who is like a tavern keeper at the Rusty Dragon. And there's a whole thing going on there, like basically disappears off the face of the planet after book 1. But Jade Regent deals with Ameko and her like family's heritage as the true rulers of the Dragon Empire in Tiansha and Minkai. And you have to travel across the crown of the world to reach that. That would be a good pick, except that instead of like this, where it's a lot of traveling around an area, that is traveling to an area. So it's a lot of straight line. Not probably the best one for that. Skulls and Shackles might be a very good pick. Because Skulls and Shackles is pirates. Pirates, ships, going out onto the sea, just do your... When did Pirates of the Caribbean come out? My God, there's a 6? There's a Pirates of the Caribbean 6? Okay, whatever. So Pirates of the Caribbean 1 came out in 2003. So Skulls and Shackles, if I recall correctly, is channeling a little bit of that energy. Yeah, Skulls and Shackles would probably be a really good one. Like if I remember correctly, the end is actually you get all the free captains together and fight off the Chilaxian navy. And that's actually the end of that's like the end of the adventure. So I'm pretty sure that's actually what happens, which is basically just end of Pirates of the Caribbean. So that's also the one where, if I remember correctly, at the start of Skulls and Shackles, you're basically like press ganged onto a boat. And they give you rum rations. And the rum rations are like basically what you're supposed to dilute by like 10 times in water to get rum. But it's like extremely addictive drug in like in its condensed form. And if you don't get rid of it, like you have to make sleight of hand checks to like dump it off the side of the boat or like secret it away someplace else. You get whipped if you don't succeed. So it's a lot of very fun stuff. And then you get to take over the boat and become pirates. I actually want to run Skulls and Shackles. Skulls and Shackles feels like it'd be really fun. Shattered Star. I don't remember what this one is. I think this is the one where Thassalon is coming back as like an army of robots. I don't actually know much about Shattered Star. I think that would probably be an okay one because there's a lot of traveling around to do stuff, but I don't know offhand. Oh, also, Carrion Crown might also be a pretty decent one because you are traveling around Ustalav. Reign of Winter. Reign of Winter would be a terrible CRPG adaptation, as much as I love it. It's a great book. It's a great adventure, but it's not the best one to be transferred into this state. That's the one where you basically go to... Yeah, actually it does, because Path of Exile 2 is all about piracy, isn't it? So I can see that. As for Reign of Winter, though, Reign of Winter starts off with you examining like an unseasonably cold like blizzard in the middle of summer. I believe that's actually the first book. Yeah, the first book is literally called Snows of Summer. And you get taken into like a Russian-themed adventure across the multiverse. And by across the multiverse, I mean you travel from Galarian Russia to Galarian Siberia to actual Russia, and then into Pocket Dimension Russia. As you have to work alongside your fellow teammates to rescue Baba Yaga from the clutches of her daughter and kill Rasputin. The 5th book in the series is called Rasputin Must Die, and that is the peak of the book. Like, that is the pinnacle of the adventure path. When I did that book, I literally had my entire party fighting Rasputin while I played Rasputin by Boney M on loop. It was a good time for me. They didn't enjoy it as much because Rasputin was blasting them with magic the entire time. And then afterwards, I Apocalypse Stoned them, and they got to fight. Senator Armstrong again. That's a good time. It was a good time. Wrath of the Righteous comes after Reign of Winter, which we're currently playing, so I can take that one off. Mummy's Mask. Go on an Egyptian-themed adventure beneath the sands of Osirian. Stop the rebirth of an ancient tyrant, and you get to do a lot of stuff with that. That might be a fun one. That probably falls into the same vein as Serpent's Skull, though. I really don't know much about Mummy's Mask. Iron Gods. Iron Gods, I think, would be a really fun one, because that's all about traveling across Numeria and dealing with like the wacky science stuff that's happening there. That would probably be a good pick. There's also been like references to Numeria both in Kingmaker and in this game, so it's not too far out of the way for that to be a thing. Giant Slayer. Giant Slayer is not a good AP. Giant Slayer has a very good purpose. It has a very specific purpose, which is I want to kill a lot of a specific enemy. That is it. I'm pretty sure that there are like 5 NPCs you talk to over the course of the entire game. It is all about killing giants and killing more giants. Not even in the same way that Wrath of the Righteous is about killing demons. Like, the only thing you do in Giant Slayer is kill giants. You play a ranger, or you play a dwarf, or you play a dwarf ranger, or you play some other thing, and you know you are going to kill giants, and that is all you're doing. That one can kind of be left alone. Hell's Rebels is the 100th AP they wrote. AP book number 100 was Hell's Rebels. It has some fun stuff. It has some weird stuff. It has some okay stuff. That is probably it's not as crazy as it sounds, but it's all about like fighting against the man and defeating Cheliax and freeing Kintargo from the rule of Cheliax and also preventing Barzillai Thrun from becoming a genius loci. That's his master plan. He wants to become Cheliax. Hell's Vengeance. would actually be a pretty decent one, though, actually. That's the only... Hell's Vengeance is the first and only actual, like, evil adventure path, which makes it unique. And it also is the introduction of the actual anti-paladin iconic, who kind of sucks, and I like the original one better. The original anti-paladin iconic is way funnier because it's just some faceless dude who's really having a fun time being evil. Like here, like here, let me just show you this picture of this dude. There you go. This is all you need to know about the original anti-paladin iconic. He has no name, he has no stats. He is just a man who's having such a fun time kicking a pig. That's it. That's all you need to know. That dude is just having a blast being evil. That's the anti-paladin iconic in my heart. Anyway, so Hell's Vengeance would probably actually be a very good one, because it starts off like dealing with a town. Like, you're basically cracking down as like enforcers for a town, and you're working as the law, and you have to just crack down on people. And then it expands out to like larger areas, and eventually you're finally taking the fight to the pesky do-gooders in order to try and crack down on them. It's a fun time. Strange Aeons is an interesting one. I don't think that would be good for this, because while it would be fun and have a lot of stuff, and actually has some interesting twists that they could do, like Strange Aeons isn't, if I remember correctly, Strange Aeons isn't an adventure path where you're like leveling up over time. You are actually an amnesiac at the start of the adventure, and you're not learning new techniques, you're remembering your old techniques. You're actually remembering like your old moves as you level up in Strange Aeons, if I remember correctly, which is pretty neat. And then also has the option of turning into literal Call of Cthulhu at the end, where you transfer your character to 1920s New York as a Call of Cthulhu investigator and use the Call of Cthulhu system. I'm not kidding. That's actually a suggestion at the end of Strange Aeons. But that might be good. It doesn't benefit from a lot of like the stuff they've done in the game, but it would be a fun adventure, I think. Yeah, right? It's all in there. Like, a lot. Half of Wrath of the Righteous is brand new, but half of it is all like in there already. It's weird, like seeing the juxtaposition of stuff that I recognize and know what's going to happen, and stuff I've never seen before and is brand new. All right, Iron Fang Invasion. Iron Fang Invasion probably would be one. I believe this is all about hobgoblins marching on Last Wall. Or I might be confusing that with Giant Slayer a little bit. But anyway, there's an army and there's another army, and you have to defeat armies, which would fit, but I feel like it would be not playing. It would fit because they have the army combat stuff in here, and I don't actually know if Iron Fang Invasion has army stuff, but it would be like, it wouldn't be too big of a stretch, right? Ruins of Aslan might be a good one. If I remember correctly, this one actually is about settling the continent of Aslan, which would not be too far of a step from, Kingmaker. And there's other stuff going on there. There's like ruins exploration, all that stuff, but that wouldn't be too crazy for that. War for the Crown. War for the Crown, I've heard, is actually not very... From what I've heard about War for the Crown, it actually wouldn't be a very good fit. Because there's a lot of intrigue, and then you disappear, and then you come back, and it's a lot of, like, solo attacking an army thing. It's not like war army stuff going on, and the intrigue stuff doesn't work as well in this format where you don't have much freeform action to do. So I don't think it would work. Then we get to Return of the Runelords, which I don't really know much about, and Tyrant's Grasp, which I similarly don't know much about. The only things I know about Tyrant's Grasp are that the Whispering Tyrant breaks out of his containment using rules loopholes, which is fun. And then the ending basically leads directly into Age of Ashes, and that's it. Like, you don't win at the end of Tyrant's Grasp. You lose, and Age of Ashes begins, which is Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Return of the Runelords, I don't really know anything about, so I can't say anything for that. So top three, I think, would most likely be the next one would be Ruins of Aslant, Skull and Shackles, and Iron Gods. Those are the three I'd say would probably be the most likely. Iron Gods mostly because they have all these other references to Numeria, so it's pretty much a gimme, I think, that they're going to go into Numeria. And Skulls and Shackles, big open world, ship-to-ship combat, all that stuff seems like it'd be a good fit for what they do here. And Ruins of Aslant because that fits more into the Kingmaker niche of like settling a new land, you're sort of taking control of the settlement and dealing with all these outside forces that are coming in. Weird split-second audio spike every few minutes. Is it like a really high-pitched, like, psst, like that kind of thing? Because that might be on my end. I wouldn't be able to tell you without hearing it myself, and I can't hear it because I've got headphones that aren't attached to the output. Okay, so if it's the weird split-second psst, that is on my end, I think. It shows up on occasion, and I'm not sure what causes it. So you're probably fine. Anyway, God, I don't know how long I spent just going over adventure paths. But anyway, those are my three guesses. Iron Gods, Skulls and Shackles, Ruins of Aslant. What is Mortissimal's guesses? Anyway, also for the where you can be evil, just to answer that comment from way back. Hell's Vengeance. Hell's Vengeance would be a lot of fun because it's a very hokey evil campaign. A lot of the other ones sort of assume you are good or like push you towards being good. Hell's Vengeance is the only one where it like pushes you specifically to be evil. And with a lot of the other ones, it's not like if you're evil, it doesn't really change a whole lot. Like Kingmaker, you have a lot of decision-making power. With Wrath of the Righteous, it really is pushing you towards being good, but somehow they managed to make being evil work out of it. I guess it's mostly because like everybody wants the demons gone. Like everybody wants the demons gone. Lawful good paladins, bards from Chaotic Good, and Hell Knights. Everybody wants them gone. You mean Starfinder? Oh, you mean just what they're going to do next? Yeah, Starfinder's probably another option. I heard rumors that they're going to hire like sci-fi things and whatnot. All right. Who is it? Let's see. Mortissimal Gaming. What the next Pathfinder game could be. What does he say? I don't know. It's 5 minutes of him talking. So I'm not going to play that whole thing. Oh yeah, Way of the Wicked I've heard mixed things about. Like it's... Way of the Wicked I've heard is like fun because, you know, it's an AP which is all about like being the biggest evil you can be, as opposed to Hell's Vengeance, which is relatively constrained. You do get to have a little bit of like puppy kicking in that. But it's generally speaking, it's fairly constrained. You're like doing a job. You're an enforcer. Way of the Wicked is like all about being evil, but also I've heard it's scales really awfully at the final like parts of it. Like it's just not well designed, is what I've heard. Looks like it's just a bunch of people. Like nobody actually comments on what his things are. Anyway, yeah, I would say those are my three guesses. Starfinder is like an outside guess. I was just doing AP guesses. Anyway, I have no idea how long I spent doing that. Let's talk to the hand. If you're here, am I the chosen one?
What does your heart tell you?
The angel asks inquisitively. I believe I am the chosen one, and I'll do everything I can to defend Galarian.
Conviction like that is what is needed to set hearts ablaze in righteous fury. I'm glad to see it in you. I hope my answer won't cause you to waver in your certitude. Listen, I cannot answer yes or no to your question, for it would not be an honest answer. Do not wait for me to say, here is the power bestowed upon you from on high, and this is the task you must complete. That will not happen. For my lady Iomade, righteous queen of heaven, may mark a mortal with her blessing, but she would never seek to impose her will. Sometimes even I am not privy to her plans. I have come to you not at her command, but of my own accord. But I would recognize the light in heaven in any soul, and I see it in you. I can only guess how and why it was lit. Perhaps finding the answer to this question is a trial you must undergo.
I have so many questions. Will you tell me about Iomade?
Most certainly, with great pleasure. But first, let's discuss the issues of the day. I'm sure we'll have time to talk after that.
What did you want to ask me?
I sense astonishing power in you, akin to my own. But not just that. Many of Heaven's warriors fought the monsters of the World Wound, and among them there was one I especially cherished. My young comrade and friend, Lariel. He and his sister Targona crafted holy weapons, and exchanged them as a sign of loyalty and camaraderie. Lariel and Targona both disappeared in those dark years when we lost Dresden and the Sword of Valor. Even I failed to find any trace of my friends. But you carry an echo inside you, the memory of Lariel's sword. How did this come to be?
You mean this?
Yes, I recognize this power as mortals recognize the voice of a dear friend. It's so sad to know I will never again see the one to whom this sword once belonged. But to see its light still shining in worthy hands gives me hope.
The angel makes a gesture as though wanting to touch the light, but stops himself at the last moment. His voice is soft and sad. I got this in the caves beneath Canabras. I had a vision in which he was betrayed, and then he died protecting his companion.
Yes, that sounds like him. He loved mortals, and understood them better than many of us celestial warriors did. Or at least, he thought he understood them. But you say the vision visited you in the caves beneath Canabras? I see now. The suffering of the first Crusaders, whose children were maimed by the demon's strange villainy, was a matter very close to Lariel's heart. For most of us, our only concern was defeating the demons. But Lariel wanted to protect mortals above all else. I think he went into those caves in search of the people who came to be known as
Mongrels.
But demons often use our virtues to hurt and torment. They turned a rescue mission into a deadly trap. They will pay for this sin and others. Forgive me for my outburst, and thank you for your story. At least now I know what fate my dear friend suffered.
You hear the angry rumble in the angel's voice. Do you know who killed Lariel? Looked like Dascari.
Many demons in the Abyss mimic the appearance of their repellent master, but I do not think it was a Darachni or a similar beast. I find myself reluctant even to utter this name under the skies of Golarion, but there is a monster who takes special pleasure in killing warriors of heaven.
The angel is silent for a moment, his fists clenching angrily.
It's called the Echo of Dascari, for it truly is an echo. Not a demon born of the Abyss, but an artificial creation of the Lord himself, wrought by him and several of his mortal followers. I sense his fetid mark in this tale. The Echo likes to strike by stealth, weaving an intricate web of lies and treason, and he despises everything connected to heaven and Iomade. I am not in the least surprised that he hunted Lariel down.
Do you know anything about the people who accompanied Lariel to the caves? One of them was a traitor, but one girl wasn't.
Alas, I do not know the names of traitors or the heroine. Lariel died shortly before the World Wound opened its mouth for a second time, devouring new lands. Many Crusaders disappeared in those dark days of chaos. The lists of the dead and missing were long. I assume the names of L'Oreal's companions were lost along with them. Perhaps those traitors are honored as fallen heroes today. I do. This story is not over, and I humbly ask for your help.
What do you need from me?
I will ask for help not for myself, but for the righteous souls who may be in danger. Listen, I am going to reveal a secret to you that no Crusader has known before, except for the righteous Queen Galfrey. The demons believe their control over the world wound is absolute, especially at its heart, the corrupted lands near the Threshold Fortress. But this is not true. There, in that web of evil, lies an enclave of the forces of good, the last shrine of ill-fated Sarkoris. That place is called Pelura's Fall. The Shimmering Maiden is an Imperial Lord, our comrade and friend. She was able to conceal her temple from the eyes of the demons, and keep it hidden all these years, from the opening of the World Wound until this very day. The waterfalls that gave name to the temple have run dry, but not the bravery of those who stood guard when their nation fell. The servants of Pelura have an important mission. They explore the World Wound from the inside, looking for ways to close it once and for all and restore the lands of Sarkoris. They have risked their lives, forsaking all joys and rewards in pursuit of this goal, and they have been busy with their research for 100 years. Secrecy is their only protection. If that is lost, all the forces of the Crusader army will not be enough to protect the temple. I would not reveal this secret to anyone else, but the light of heaven is so bright in you that I cannot help but trust it. Moreover, I would like you to visit Pelura's Fall with me. There are 2 reasons for this. First, I am worried about the fate of our valiant allies, and I want you to meet them, champion. Second, I would like you to show them the light of L'Oreal's sword.
Interesting.
As I mentioned, this sword was created by his sister Targona. She went missing at the same time as her celestial brother. We found no evidence of her death nor any other trace of her. But by touching the sword she made, the seers of Pelura might shed some light upon her fate. Please, help me in this task. My heart yearns to find my lost comrades, or to punish those responsible for their deaths.
Ah, so this is how you find the lab. Tell me about Pelura.
She is an Imperial Lord, a powerful angel, one of our most important allies, and my loyal friend. She is the mistress of the stars, and the mysterious light of the Aurora. Sarkoris was the land where Pelura was revealed with particular fervor, where her most important temples were located. When the demons came to this poor land, the priests and devotees of Pelura accepted the challenge bravely. Many died protecting and healing their friends in the first years of the calamity. This saddened the Shimmering Maiden. Pelura boldly decided to intervene in the affairs of mortals, and used powerful spells to hide her main temple. Even the strongest of demons cannot find it.
Tell me about the temple.
Pelura's Fall was once a great Sarkorian shrine. From the city of Iz and other lands, the burial barges of great chiefs would go there to set off on their last journey into the mighty streams of the Falls. But the temple was famous not only as a final resting place. Pelura is the patron of stargazers. Her servants possess celestial wisdom. In reading the stars, they discover the mysteries and secrets of the world. In times of old, people would seek their counsel on many different matters, and they were respected and honored throughout Sarkoris.
Stargazers. Starfinder confirmed.
Today, Pelura's Fall is not what it once was. 100 years of isolation has placed an unbearable burden on the shoulders of the Stargazers and their guards. But they persevere, despite the hardships. You should meet these people, for you could not hope to find a better example of self-denial and resilience.
The angel falls silent for a while and then says sadly, I want to know more about Targona and Lariel.
Heaven's grief at their loss could not be any greater. L'Oreal and Targona were daring and merciful in equal measure, and relentless in fighting evil. They called each other brother and sister because one soul was used to create them. Yes, it happens. Sometimes an angel is made of many souls, or the essence of the upper planes. And sometimes, one soul can give life to several supernatural creatures. This was the case with Targona and Lariel. When the world wound opened, they were the first to go to the mortal's aid. Alas, heaven was in extreme upheaval after great Arodin died. When the evil mind of Arilu Vorlesh, paired with the will of cursed Discari, shook the foundations of the world, while the other angels and Imperial Lords were slowly waking up to the disaster that was unfolding by holding councils and getting bogged down in speculation, Targona and Lariel were already fighting demons, leading refugees out of the fallen Sarkoris, and trying to find out what had happened on Golarion and how to deal with it. For what had happened was so monstrous, so extraordinary, that even heaven did not know what to expect next. When Mendev answered the challenge of the Abyss and became the Kingdom of Crusaders, Targona and Lariel shared the hardships and glories of the First Crusade with their mortal comrades. And then they both disappeared. First Lariel, and then his sister immediately after. I was unable to search for them the moment I found out, for the world wound had just reopened and Dresden had fallen. It was a tremendous blow for everyone. By the time I was able to begin the search, the tide of chaos had swept away all traces of them. Only your arrival has shed some light on the sad fate of Lariel.
I need to take care of some other stuff first.
As you wish, champion. Find me when you decide it's time to go to Pelura's Fall, for only I can transport you to the secret temple.
And Cobblehoof. Oh god. This conversation too. Oh god. I can't believe the thing was here. Sure the Herald can help? It's impossible. Hey, champion. Nice to see you again. A new calamity is following us. The Ivory Sanctum's here. The hell was that? What do you think of the Sword of Valor? Okay, what else? Oh, okay. Oh, and it's Ember. Visitor, she'll teach you to live good lives. Okay. Oh, it's been a minute since I entered the city. I need to take a nap, and I need to head off to Pelura's Falls, I guess.
How's it work then? You're Hell Knights, but you don't bow down to devils? Nice setup you got there. But then what's this got to do with hell? I don't get it.
We obey the Order's code to create a world in which demon spawn don't run their mouths.
Wow. How many days did I just... Okay, it only took 21 hours. Okay, that's fine. Hello, Wendbog. It's time to get... It's time to get the Mongrels out.
Focus on the goal.
Okay. So I guess I gotta deal with that at some point. Anything fancy? Second chance. Touch of Mercy. That's a plus... It's a +4 bleed falchion at this point in the game. That's really good. I'm not going to use it yet, but it's really good. Exquisite Barding. Let's get out of here. Okay. Alright, so first things first is dump all this stuff off at Wilser, so I never have to look at it again. I have too much stuff in my inventory. And then... I guess then Polaris Falls.
Keep your calm.
Go say hi to Wilser, and by hi I mean give me money. Give money. At some point I've also got to go see House Celiax. He's hanging out. Okay, now hands over here. Hello, Hand of the Inheritor. How are you doing?
I will be glad to accompany you.
Okay, so I've got to life bubble people up now. Oh, no, we're just inside. Okay, that's way faster. Cool. The woman's face seems to glow with a radiant light. She looks at you with quiet dignity, and her eyes shine with warmth and wisdom. Greetings, Herald of Iomade and Lightbringer, and to your companion as well. I'm Eliandra, High Priestess of Pelura. I'm happy to see a new face in my temple, the first I've seen in all the years of our vigil. The man standing next to Eliandra does not look like a priest. He is a military bearing, and his face is covered with scars. He studies you for a moment, then looks you straight in the eye. Katyr, leader of the Holy Guards of Pelura's Fall. I see you've revealed our existence, Hand of the Inheritor. Did we not agree to keep it a secret, even from the Crusaders? What has changed? My righteous allies, this is no ordinary Crusader, but our champion.
He brings us hope. He was chosen to receive the gift of the gods and has twice dealt a serious defeat to our enemies. First in Canopus, where he thwarted Discari's devious plot. Then in Dresden, where he saved the city and returned the sword of Valor. I ask that you receive him as a most welcome guest and as a brother in arms, for we stand together against the hordes of the Abyss.
I'm honored to meet the servants of Pelura and the defenders of Sarkoris. Eliandra lays a hand on her heart. It's an honor for us as well. Why do you decide to remain here? The temple has been blessed by Pelura. Whether it is day or night, the stars are always visible within the heart of this sanctuary. It is why those who study the stars conduct their observations here. Moreover, if we ever hope to understand the world wound, the only place to study it is within its very borders. If we leave Pelura's Fall, all the work we have done over the past 100 years will be lost. You may be wondering why this work is so important. The answer is simple. We're looking for a way to heal the world wound once and for all. Through our many years of study, we have discovered that the world wound cannot be closed like an ordinary portal or a planar gate, because it is too much like a living creature, always growing and changing. The world wound does not simply exist on its own. There's something else that sustains it, and until we understand what that is, our efforts to close it will never succeed. However, we have achieved much over the years. We've disproved numerous theories and trialed various research methods. Tracking oscillating energy levels across the world wound led us to an important discovery. The world wound has a heart of sorts, at the place where the wound was first opened, the Threshold Fortress. We've also found a way to weaken the heart, along with the demons that inhabit it. We will imbue a mighty artifact with both the power given to us by Pelura and the memory of the priests of Sarkoris. It will weaken the connection between the Threshold Fortress and the Abyss. This artifact will clear the sky above the fortress and set the sacred northern stars ablaze. Even if this doesn't heal the wound, it will give strength to those attacking its monstrous heart. Oh, that's what that does. I've turned that thing on like every single time I played, and I have no idea what it does. I had no idea what it did until now. I have had the resources of the Crusade at my disposal. I'm sure we can help. I do not think that's possible. This is our life's work. It requires endless devotion and can only be completed by the followers of Pelura in her sacred temple. No one can aid us in this task. However, Eliandra hesitates. There's other work we were forced to abandon because we lacked the strength, time, and resources. We've previously explored the possibility of opening new world wounds or improving the existing one. Weird flex, but okay. Did you know that the wound has already gone a growth spurt of sorts? It's not entirely clear what happened, but the wound suddenly began to expand at a rapid pace, and the energies of the abyss poured out of it. We tried to discover what triggered this event, so that we could prevent it from happening again. Research on the subject ended several decades ago, but we can give you everything we managed to discover. However, you should be careful. This is dangerous knowledge, and it must not fall into the wrong hands. What's the situation like here?
They're no better or worse than we have been over the past several hundred years. The temple is safely hidden from the prying eyes of demons. They simply cannot see it. However, only the most experienced fighters leave the boundaries of the temple, and they do so secretly. The heart of the world wound lies beyond its walls. Demons and foul corruption, even the corpses of our own dead have turned against us.
You say you've been living here for 100 years, but you don't look that old. That is a rather uncomfortable subject for us, but by the will of Lady Pelura, all the inhabitants of the Quit Temple live longer than the normal lifespan allotted to mortals. We have no need of the Sun Orchid Elixir, as our queen does. The power of the stars sustains us. We will face Pharasma's judgment only when we fulfill our mission, or the temple falls. The Hand of the Inheritor and I have a matter to discuss with you.
My righteous allies, allow me to tell you about the matter that has brought us here. You knew Targona and Lariel, the angels who defended Sartorius in its final dark days. Sam Chadlovsky helped me to discover the fate of Lariel, and it was, alas, sorrowful. But I have not lost hope of finding Targona, and I believe you can help me. Sam Chadlovsky has a special gift, the imprint of Lariel's sword. This sword was made by Targona. I know it is within your power to look for the creator of this blade, if Sam Chadlovsky reveals its power to you.
Eliandra and Ketair exchange glances. Of course, we would not deny our help to our allies. My Lady Pelura would also be glad to see Targona return, should we manage to find her alive. But the scrying ritual requires preparation. I will give the necessary orders. You will have to wait until everything is ready and the stars favor our efforts.
We will help, but it would be best if you leave Pelura's fall after the ritual. Forgive my bluntness, Hand of the Inheritor, but you and the Knight Commander are notable figures. The demons are surely trying to track you, and if they follow you to our temple, our work may come to a tragic end.
Eliandra's eyes drift over to one of the guards, and she is silent for some time. Then she says softly, I would like you to be our guest for a while, Knight Commander, while you wait for the ritual. See the way we live, talk to our people. Maybe news of the Crusade's revival will bring some cheer to our little community. I would ask you to pay special attention to the temple guards, as well as the stargazers Auden, Ragnard, and Tariel. Dark clouds veil their souls, but it is not within my power to help them.
You should honor a request, champion. Eliandra is one of the most radiant souls I know, and Ketair is one of the most loyal and devoted. They have spent hundreds of years together with their comrades in voluntary isolation. It would not be easy to lose one's clarity of perspective. I do not know mortals well enough to sense whether doubt or despair lives in their hearts of those who join the fall. But perhaps you can?
I will guide.
Hello. The guard stands at attention where he sees you, but his eyes glow with excitement.
Whoa! I didn't think I would ever see a new face around here. Well, at least not one that isn't burying its fangs or decomposing. Sorry, forgive my bluntness. Everyone's happy you're here, of course, but I'm especially glad to see you. Sorry, I'm just talking nonsense now. I tend to start blabbering when I get nervous.
How does it feel to guard the same place for so many years?
Tell you the truth, I don't even notice the years that they pass, man. I just get up every day and do my job. Of course, I could go visit the scholars, look at the calendar, and be horrified, but would that really be the point? Even before the demons showed up, I made a vow to defend this temple. That vow is all I have left, really. Sarkoris that I knew is gone, so there's no use dwelling on the past.
You're especially glad to see me? Why? The guard looks around quickly to make sure no one is listening.
I would have never thought I'd say this, but there's an important matter that can only be entrusted to a stranger. I think there's a traitor among us, someone who's trying to bring the demons here. Found a strange letter hidden in a cave, and I think I need to find out who left it there and why.
Why didn't you tell the others about it?
Just imagine what will happen if Eliandra announces a traitor among us.
And if it turns out I'm wrong, its damage will already be done. If we stop trusting one another, we don't stand a chance. Might as well leave the temple and let the demons finish us off. No, we need to get to the bottom of this, and it must be done quietly.
What was in the letter?
That's the problem, I don't know. I think it's some kind of code. It looks like a constellation chart, but who hides a constellation chart in a cave? Something's wrong here.
Alright, what do you need me to do?
Here's the plan. You go to the caves and hide behind a large stone covered in runes. Watch to see who comes to pick up the letter. I left it there as bait. Make sure to leave everyone else untouched. No discomfort yet. When you find out who's betrayed us, come and tell me.
Why not do it yourself?
I won't be able to do anything without people noticing. Whoever left the note knows when I'm here in the corridors and when I'm off duty. If I suddenly disappear, the traitor will definitely suspect something. We need an outsider, someone who can move around freely. We need you.
Focus on the goal.
Hello. Wild coming here when it's not, you know, covered in corpses.
Watch out for trouble.
Ordinary constellation chart, something about it doesn't seem right.
My expertise prevailed.
Ambush the traitor. A dark figure stealthily approaches the drop location. In the dim light, you can see it's a middle-aged man. He looks around furtively as he reaches for the letter. The man finds nothing in the drop location and releases a sigh of disappointment. He turns to leave and freezes when he sees you. There's terror in his eyes, but he quickly regains his composure.
Commander Dresden, right? I'm Vestari from the temple. I didn't expect to see you here. I was taking a walk.
Who are you?
I'm one of the Stargazers. You must forgive my jumpiness. It's been a long time since I've seen a friendly face outside the temple. Corpses of lost crusaders can hardly be called friendly.
Why are you mumbling? Vestari sighs deeply.
All right, you don't live in the temple, so there's no need to hide anything from you. I'm breaking the law, but I haven't betrayed anyone. It's quite the opposite, actually. You should come with me and ask Crispy about the meaning of the note. Christy always says she doesn't want to hide anymore, so maybe talking to you will help ease her conscience.
I don't know, that sounds like something a traitor would say.
Keep your calm.
Ah, someone's out of here. Hello. Okay, I'm looking for Christy?
There are many roads to success.
This is my kind of work.
Tiny old woman runs her bony fingers along the tops of several magic scrolls, her lips moving silently. Who are you? The old woman squints short-sightedly. And you are? Voice isn't familiar, and I can't see your face. No, I don't know you. My name is Vigdis. I was once a junior priestess of Pelora, and now I manage the temple's resources and provisions. I put everything where it belongs and keep it safe. You were once a priestess. Why aren't you a stargazer? The old woman laughs. Stargazing days are over. I only see what's under my nose. Lady Pelora decided my old eyes should have some rest after all these years. Are you a traitor? Traitor? No. There's no one to trade in the temple. Who would trade with us? I make sure everyone is fed and their needs are met. Whenever anyone brings anything to the temple, they give it to me. Have you brought me something? Or perhaps it's the opposite and there's something you wish to take. Everyone is free to take what they need. What if I want to take everything? You must have great need. Everything here belongs to everybody. Show me what you got. Ah, hello, Lord Bovin. Yes, it has been quite some time. How are you doing? Oh my god, soft cheese. I'm doing alright. Just working on playthrough number 5. Oh boy. That's good to hear. Good to hear that you're doing good.
I will guide.
Oh boy. Man. all that AP, like, stuff actually was a lot of talking. Like, discussing all the AP stuff before. I'm gonna have to go grab some more water, I think. Actually, you know what might be doing it? It might be because it's like 80 degrees outside and my room is starting to warm up uncomfortably. I gotta move the air conditioner in here. I don't even want to know what it's gonna sound like when I start turning that thing on. It's gonna be awful, probably. Oh yeah, it's good to hear that you're doing well. I am also doing relatively well.
Watch out for
Hello there, Odin. The dwarf looks critically at a table that's been set for a feast.
Plates, cutlery, still noise cups. Oh,
alright, that's the wrong voice. Yeah, I've got to stay hydrated. I'm trying. Okay,
plates, cutlery, still no nice cups, though. Just had to keep wrap the present in.
The dwarf notices you, then gives you a friendly smile.
We can finally have guests in our quarry abode. Please come here, have a glass of water.
No, wait, that's the wrong... have a glass of water. I could use a glass of water. Wait. What's... My dwarf has been, like... My dwarf has been very on and off again recently. God, it's...
Toss me. Toss me.
No, that's not doing it.
Please go and have a glass of water.
No, it's... I'm like doing orc. I'm like doing orc right there. I'm just not going to bother. I can't do dwarf right now. Dwarf isn't happening. This is actually the main game. This is Angel Path. I have not seen this path before, so this is brand new to me. I did the DLC a couple weeks ago, though. So, I actually managed to do the dwarf for a little bit in that, but... I've lost it. I've lost dwarf. I can't do dwarf right now. Please come in and have a glass of water. Unfortunately, there's nothing else I can offer you, but our water is of the very purest quality. I'm Odin, by the way, a stargazer at your service. What's the occasion? My daughter, Ranhiel, turned 125 today. Such an important date for an important gift. Where can I get such a present? Well, luckily, there's a salt stone in the local caves, and I've got her a clasp for the cloak. Came out alright, I think. Of course, when we complete a star vigil, I'll get her something better. Seems like only yesterday she was running around the little shift. Asked me to toss her in the air now. 125. How time flies. I got it. Where's the guest of honor? Odin wilts slightly. Truth be told, I don't know. I can only hope she's in the safe place with her mother and aunts. Did you see the packages in the corner? Those are all the gifts I have never had the chance to give them. I suppose she's outgrown most of them. What could have bought them my grandpa now, eh? My grandchildren could have them. I wish I knew for sure. Odin pauses to think. Wait, you're from Dresden. You must know about Winterson Village. There was a temple of Golem there 100 years ago. Maybe it's still there. I know that the priests of Gorn were hiding my family and other refugees when the invasion began. Please, go to the temple and search for anything or anyone that might prove answered about whatever happened to my family. Even if the truth is better, I want to know. I can't remain in blissful ignorance forever. I'll find your daughter. You're putting aside your own important affairs to help me. I don't know how to thank you. Odin gives you a small package. It's been carefully wrapped in parchment and tied neatly with a string. If you find that healed, please give this to her. Let her know that her daddy always remembers her birthday and give her all my love and good wishes. Your water's pretty rare in the wound. Don't worry about it. Of course. But from time to time, something stronger wouldn't hurt, eh? Odin chuckles good-naturedly. Oh, you have strict rules about such things. A sour gazer can't be seen double, can he? Well, I gotta go back to Wintersun. No, it wasn't just you. Because all the characters one thing that happens is all the characters in the main game have a point buy of 20 or 25. So all your characters, like your main character, I think has 25 points, which means you have a fairly high stat array compared to normal. And all the companions, I believe, have a point buy of around 20, depending on their, depending on their actual race and whatnot. All the characters in the DLC have a point buy of 15, which is basically average for humans. Like, it's upper tier of average, but it's still average. Like, heroic adventurers have 20 or 25. 15 is if you want a low-power campaign. So that might be why. Also, just in general, like, it's way harder to do. Which is why there's all those extra bits of, like, push a rock onto the monster and whatnot. Just those kinds of things to make the fights go faster, since you can't really... like, fight a lot of those enemies head-on easily. I did, by accident, but those are there, you know. A pale young man is staring at you. Incredible. I didn't think anyone could find this place. This is your gift from heaven. Oh, I mean, forgive my rudeness. I'm Ragnar, the Stargazer. I'm very pleased to meet you. I think you might be the only one who can help me. Why is that? The undead roam near the entrance to our caves. They were once great warriors, but now they're just corpses, raised to undeath through some foul ritual. I've become very interested in one of them. You see, I study the history of Sarkoris. Legend tells of a great ruler named Aelbergi, who is buried with his mighty sword, the Rage of Ice. Of course, most people think it's just a myth, but when the guards told me they defeated undead that was wearing ancient armor and wielding an ornate sword, I almost lost my mind. The guards don't want to get near the corpse again, even if he really is dead this time. But maybe you could bring me the Rage of Ice? Just think, you could prove that Aelbergi, the Master of Is, really existed. Maybe a breakthrough in historical research. Alright, I'll find it. I don't know how to thank you. A young man such as yourself must find it difficult to be stuck in one place for so long. Ragnar shakes his head sadly. A young man, you say? I've long forgotten how old I really am. By Pelira's grace, my body does not age, but my soul feels dry, as if I'm nothing more than an empty husk. I used to admire the stars, but now all I see are a collection of dim lights in the sky. I know their paths by heart, but... He stops her brightly. You're probably not interested in all that. I have to go. Dagger.
A new follower.
Ah, thanks for the follow, Zeander. Hope you're enjoying the stream. What do we have here? Books, compare... let's see. Books, birthday greetings, announcement to Teriel to teach the flute. Speaking of... Alright, well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, enjoy your rest. You've earned it. And good luck with your playthrough as well. An elf stargazer is studying a pile of parchments. His appearance is disheveled, and his attention seems to be entirely focused on the calculations in front of him. And again, I knew it. That confirms everything! When the elf notices your presence, he looks up from his work. The commander of Dresden! Incredible! I never thought I'd hear those words. My name is Teriel, and I'm a stargazer. Tell me this, Commander. You make the rules in Dresden, but do you also abide by them? Yeah, I'm the commander. I have to set an example. Teriel looks at you in disbelief. Such noble words. It's been a long time since I've seen a leader who doesn't think they're above the rules. You must know the person I'm talking about, of course, Katair. Are you trying to accuse him of something? I've known him for ages. Trust me, we were close friends for a long time. He certainly knows how to make a good impression, but if you look beyond his fake exterior, you begin to see his true nature. Teriel points to the parchments, which are filled with columns of strange digits and symbols. Look for yourself. It's obvious. A week ago, it was Stone Tree. 3 months ago, it was the outskirts of Wintersun. And 20 years ago, it was outside of Dresden. 50 years ago, it was Is. And finally, 70 years ago, the Stone Tree. I assume he's visiting someone. Most likely a woman. Teriel glances at you and frowns. Forgive me. I haven't spoken to anyone about this for a while. To me, it's clear as day, but I can understand how you might find my calculations confusing. The stars tell me about Katair's movements, and I can assure you, sometimes he goes to places that are not filled with demons and cultists, but with wine and women. Take Dresden, for example. You see, Katair has forbidden everyone who remained in the temple from seeing their family. He says it's dangerous and that we must keep the secret of our lair. The elf's lips curls with distaste. But for some reason, this rule doesn't apply to him. We all vowed to stay within these walls and fulfill our duty, yet he gets to leave the temple whenever he wants. So what is he up to out there? In my life, he's going to see his wife, Emitter, or some other woman. What other reason could he have to go to the stone tree? Dresden was still under the control of demons 20 years ago. Teriel considers this. You're right. I keep forgetting about what happened to Dresden. It's hard to remember everything. But on one thing I'm absolutely clear. Katir went to the stone tree 70 years ago, and I know that because we haven't spoken since then. A shadow falls across Teriel's face, but his sadness quickly gives way to anger. Well, of course, I have no need to keep track of the comings and goings. Why would I when we don't speak to him? But when he's been away for a long time, Alejandra asked me to check on him to make sure he's still alive. That's why I have these calculations. You see, it's nothing personal. I simply want what's best for the temple. Where's the stone tree? It's a tall tree, withered and petrified even before the demons invaded. For some reason, it remains standing. It's supposed to be a sacred place that they hold. I mean, they used to hold celebrations and weddings there. Emitter and Katir got married there too, you know. So it all makes sense. Why'd you tell Alejandra that Katir is breaking the rules? You think she believed me? She trusts Katir more than any of us. She and Katir agree on everything. She'll always take his side. Alright, I'll find out where he's going. Teriel nods in satisfaction. Excellent. He definitely stopped at the stone tree. I wouldn't be surprised if he's cozying up to some beauty from Wintersun in a cave somewhere. He's probably feasting with her and laughing at us fools for trusting him. I mean, I know he isn't. I know for a fact he isn't, but... whatever works. Oh, there's Christy. Christy greets you anxiously as if expecting the worst. Are you the commander from Dresden? Although I don't know why I asked, it's not like you could be anyone else. Listen, Christy, I don't think the commander wishes us harm. You want to ease your conscience, tell him everything. Vestari said you can decipher this letter? Christy takes the chart. Of course, because I'm the one who put the constellations there in the first place. The lantern bearer is a warden, so it means guard. Stranger is an observing eye, so that means we've been exposed. And the sleeping Tarask means we need to lie low and be more cautious. Christy looks at you, her face a mixture of hope and defiance. You wanted to confess something? Christy nods. Yes, I want to confess to Alejandra and our entire community that Vestaria and I love each other. We've loved each other for so long, we're practically an old and married couple. Alejandra is against romantic unions because she thinks tempestuous passions will cause division in our community. But she doesn't understand the nature of love. You can discipline the flesh, but you can't restrain the soul. Not that Alejandra would believe us, but Vestaria and I really did try to resist our feelings. We made a vow to stay away from one another, to never again break the rules. Christy sighs, but the bond between us proves stronger than our resolve. Perhaps it's the will of the stars, and despite everything that's happened, we're simply two halves that are meant to be one whole. If Sarkoris hadn't fallen, we'd have lived happily and freely. We wouldn't have to hive, and we wouldn't have to exchange stupid notes. These notes aren't stupid. You really want us to be torn apart, forbidden from seeing one another? Alejandra's fine. I'll convince her not to stand in your way. Christy looks at you doubtfully. I've known her longer than you. Of course, Alejandra is kind, but she's also very stubborn. Once she's made a decision, there's no point trying to change her mind. She and Katia are very much alike in that regard, except she does what's right, and she always does what her heart tells her. And of course, her heart tells her that love should be forbidden. Supposedly, it's for the sake of peace in the community. Ha! Those stupid rules haven't helped anyone find peace. Alright, let's go... Hey, banners.
Keep your calm.
Okay, so let's go over here real quick. And let's see if I remember the pattern. It's... Okay, is it... The daughter... Follower? Okay, was it... There it is.
There are many roads to success.
Pretty good, aren't I?
There we go. That's some good pickups. Tome of Clear Thought +2. I don't actually know who I put that on, but hey, it's appreciated.
Take a look. That posed little challenge.
Nidalav. A dark-haired woman is absorbed in sketching an assortment of dagger blades lying on the ground before her. The thick sketchbooks beside her are also filled with drawings of weapons. Suddenly aware that she's being watched, the woman looks up from her work with an exclamation of surprise. Oh, a visitor in the temple. Your weaponry is so interesting. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Nidalav, a priestess of Pelura, mistress of stars and farewells. What can you tell me about this? Nothing you wouldn't learn from others. This is an ancient temple, one of the most sacred in all Sarkoris. After the wound opened, it turned into a secret enclave of resistance. Of course, we don't fight the demons directly, but our knowledge will help us to defeat them someday, once and for all. Who better to take up such a burden than us? Of course, we did not expect Lady Pelura to prolong our mortal lives, but I'm glad of her gift. I would gaze at the stars for another 100, even another 200 years, if it would help us succeed in our mission. But what are you drawing? By stroke of luck, I came across some blades belonging to ritual daggers. They were just lying in a box in some dusty corner. Just imagine Sarkorian art stored away in the temple and then forgotten. So this is what I do in my spare time. I gather the items that were once made our nation famous and make sketches, and whatever I cannot find, I draw from memory. During the first 20 years of our imprisonment, I sketched our traditional clothing and adornments. I tried to account for all the clans and even those that had perished or disappeared before the opening of the world wound. Luckily, items from all across Sarkoris are stored in our temple. They were once brought as gifts or for the funeral rites of the chieftains. Then I switched to cookware and then to wood carvings. The wood carvings took me almost half a century, since that was one of the main art forms practiced in Sarkoris. Now I have moved on to weapons. When I'm finished, it'll be the most complete collection of sketches on the subject of Sarkorian art. At the very least, these items will be preserved on paper, if nowhere else. I found an unusual dagger and an undead corpse not far from the temple. Nidalav's eyes light up. Oh, I recognize the workmanship. Daggers like this tell the story of our great pride and great sorrow. Did you know that this temple used to be the gate through which the Sarkorian chieftains passed into eternity? When the rivers flowed with water, barges would depart from Iz, carrying the bodies of the deceased chieftains. Once the bodies arrived here and the proper rituals were observed, the dead were sent on their final journey. The burial barge would be set on fire, and the chieftains would set off on their last journey aboard the flaming vessel. I myself performed such rites for 2 chieftains, but the world wound did not spare our sacred waterfall or our dead. When the water began to dry up, the cultists of Cabriri turned the bodies of the chieftains into undead. We sheltered behind the walls of our temple, all the while knowing that our noble chieftains had been made into monsters. They roamed the area, killing the refugees who were trying to flee the dying Sarkoris. What an ignominious end. Nidalav's voice sounds more angry than sad. Forgive me. This wound has not yet healed, and likely never will. But if you can, please bring peace to our chieftains and bring me their weapons. At least 21 of the monsters raised by the cultists still remain. What can you tell me about Eliandra and Katir? They certainly know how to make an impression, don't they? They are different as day is to night, but that is their strength, and therefore ours as well. Katair is our protector. He is a rock, an anchor against the storm, holding fast against the tide of demon hordes. Eliandra is our guiding star. She's been a leader to others since childhood, and I should know. I followed her here to the temple. Time to loot more.
This is my kind of work.
Okay, that looks like everything here. Focus. Hey, this door's open! How about that? Alright, let's talk to Eliandra first. How can I help you, my radiant friend? Are you worried about something? My request to you was made on impulse. Put simply, a heavy burden has been placed on our shoulders, and it's easy to grow weary. We not only live in complete isolation, but we have done so for a very long time, an entire lifetime for some races. I'm afraid that many will be broken by this ordeal. if they have not been already. It'd be easier if I could be dispassionate like Katir, but I cannot. I worry for those in my care. I feel like a mother who cannot protect her children from pain and grief. When I saw you, I hoped you'd be a breath of fresh air, that your presence would renew and restore our spirits. I want to talk to you about Vestarian Tristi. Eliandra looks up and sighs. Vestarian Christi, my dear rebels, you must think I am harsh for enforcing such strict rules in the temple, but such measures are necessary when you live through decades of isolation in such a small community, shut off from the rest of the world. Love and all the jealousy, discord, quarrels, and breakups that go along with it could result in genuine disaster. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Don't fuck your roommates. Bad idea. Vestarian Christi are the living embodiments of such a disaster. I love them with all my heart, like they're my own children. However, before the temple was hidden 100 years ago, they could have 5 quarrels and 6 reconciliations, all between one moonrise and the next. At other times, they would go a month without talking to one another. That created quite a problem, since stargazers are supposed to share their observations and research. This carried on for years until, after a particularly public fracas, I decided to forbid all romantic relationships in the temple. It was an impulsive decision, I admit, but it was not made without reason. I was trying to maintain peace in our community, and I was also concerned for the feelings of others. Many of those you see here, Auden, Tariel, even Katir himself, parted with their families for the sake of our mission. It's unfair for them to be the only ones so painfully deprived. So that is why love and relationships are now forbidden in the community. And as you can see, the rules are largely the result of Vestarian Christi's own actions. You have lived here for many years. You become a family. Does a family reward love with punishment? Vestari and Christi have loved each other for a long time. It's not just a sudden whim. They deserve your acceptance. Eliandra is silent for a long time. I'm afraid this decision will be the most difficult for Auden, Tyrael, and the others who have lost their families. It may also cause chaos in the future, but perhaps you're right. We should not try to thwart the desires of the heart. I'll inform the community about the change to the rules. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I seriously need to get some water. My throat is just dried up. I'll be back in a moment. Ooh, boy, I needed that. Alright, I'll be back in a minute for you.
Watch out for trouble.
Right, where's Ketair? There he is. Nothing. Okay, I believe that takes care of everything here for the moment, so let's head out. I got some time to kill, and by time I mean enemies. Oh yeah.
There are many roads to success.
Head boy. So let me check something here. Okay. Right. So, I've got to go find those daggers all over the place. Oh, this part's kind of a pain.
I am your judge, and soon your executioner.
Right. I gotta start protecting myself from negative levels. There we go.
I'm up for an adventure.
Because this doesn't prevent negative levels, unfortunately. Wish it did. Pick up the sword. Oh my god, she's still alive. Hi?
Stop!
Regnard is breathing heavily, and his face is red with exertion. He's holding a two-handed sword, but the weapon's obviously too heavy for him. The tip of the sword wavers as he holds the blade in his trembling hands.
Wait, I had to kill him myself!
Regnard takes up a fighting stance, but he has clearly had no training. He shifts his weight uncertainly, and his knees are shaking. Are you responsible for this?
Well, I had a hunch that he might rise again. Usually after death, the undead simply decompose. I was told this corpse was just lying there like nothing had happened, so I decided to try and fight him. So I followed you, and here I am.
It's too dangerous. Regnard lowers his sword. He looks bitterly disappointed. You sound like our guards. Fine, whatever you say. Oh, man. I don't know what your plan was there, bud. Rage of Ice. It's a +1 frost weapon. That's it. Raider Frost. 2d8 points of cold damage on a hit. Furious. That's kind of lame. I'm gonna be real. I'm actually curious now. Let's see what happens if I go back here. I'm gonna let him attack it. Attacking it seems like a bad idea. Oh yeah, right. Just let me check something here actually. Does this? No? Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens now if I do this again. Regnard gulps, his eyes locked on the monster. First fight. It's with the ruler of Sark course. Stay now, Regnard. Not many have had such an arc. Come on. This man is holding a weapon for the first time in his life. His death will be only on this fight. No, stop. He's too strong for you. Okay. Well, I guess that's the only thing I can do. I was gonna let him die. That's a dumb thing to do. Alright, now I can give you that sword back in a bit. That's not a problem.
Watch out for trouble.
Another dagger. Hi, guys.
Let's make this quick. Serve as an example.
It's like 4, 5, 6, 7.
Time to work.
8.
Keep your calm. A trivial request.
I think I'm up to 8 now. A lot of these things around. Nine, 10, 11. Is this a stone tree? Tombstone engraved with the following epitaph. Ketair, a Sarkorian ranger, he walked many paths, but the last one led him to Pharasma's boneyard. Is the Ketair in there a fake?
Might be trap, might be treasure.
The 12, I think?
I won't let you hurt my friends.
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
Doll. $13, I think. 14.
Time to practice my combat
I
ability.
will resist. Disappear.
$15.
Watch out for trouble. I'll just have to resort to
Defend my
brute
dream.
force.
Oh, hi.
Keep your calm.
16, I think.
I sense something.
17.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
There are
18.
many roads to success. My expertise prevailed.
Is there any place I haven't been yet? No, that's pretty much everything. Maybe I miscounted? I hope I miscounted, because that's a lot of daggers.
Focus on the goal.
Nothing here.
Watch out for trouble.
Now, Ketair, what's that about? Someone help me find your grave. Why do you have a grave? Ketir chuckles bitterly. There's nothing that doesn't interest you, Knight Commander. That grave, the existence of the Temple Enclave and the work that we were doing had to remain a secret. By secret, I mean secret. We couldn't even let our families know we were safe. I was sure my Emirs would try to find me. Two of us were newlyweds. We barely said our vows before the wound opened. There's a sad light in Ketir's eyes, and his stern face softens. I knew we would be stuck here for a long time, maybe even for life. I wanted to fulfill my duty and protect the temple, but I also wanted my wife to survive. But to do that, she would have to move on. I built a fake grave for myself in the first place. I knew she would look. I know that everything happened the way I planned. She saw the grave and saw for herself. I perished. She thought my comrades had buried me, and she mourned my death. And she found the strength to go to Mendev. I don't know what happened to her after that, but I hope she found happiness. It's been a lifetime since then. That's why I still go there. It's where Emiris and I got married. I never felt more joy than I did on that day in that place. But it's also the place where I felt the most misery, the place where I carved my name on a tombstone and said goodbye to the past. I go to the remember. That's all.
That seems like a good thing to do. Not like it's that far away either.
There are many roads.
No, it's not here. It's the other way. Over here. Here's the sword. Regner doesn't even look at the sword. He stares off dully into the distance. It's just a thing, another toy. These swords will never see battle. They're as useless as I am. You know what? I don't really care about the sword or about the history of Sarkoris. It's gone. It was razed to the ground. The dead chieftains have riven up to fight against their own people. The stargazers who once advised them are now holed up in their caves like rats, afraid to set foot outside. I want to fight. No one's ever taught me, but I'm a Keld and every Keld is a warrior. The guards refused to let me outside. I hoped that I could go out with you and fight the enemy, but after watching you battle, I realized I wouldn't stand a chance. I'm not a real warrior. Looks like I'll be out slaving over constellation charts forever. The Stargazer gives a mirthless chuckle. Thank you for talking me out of fighting. The walking undead would tear me apart in no time. You could ask Ketir to let you join the guard. You don't think I've asked? I'm under strict orders not to put myself in danger. Leandra says I'm one of the most gifted stargazers and my talent is needed here, and Ketir... Ragnar snorts contemptuously. He always says I'm too young. Too young! And that's it. Curse of this place. We don't get old, we don't get sick, we don't change. It's always the same conversations and jokes, the same arguments, the same food, and the same schedule. Those who arrived here when they were old are still old, and those who came here when they were young are still young. A guard can't become a stargazer, even if he studies hard and shows tremendous talent. Likewise, a stargazer can't become a guard, no matter how much he wants to wield a weapon. Everything must remain as it was on the first day of our imprisonment. That's the way things are. Everything is always the same. Ragnar shakes his head sadly. Our bodies are healthy, but our souls are dying. My soul is dying. Training at night is the only thing that keeps me going. I've been trying to master the techniques used by the guards when they fight, but I'm not very good. Not that anything will come of it, of course. It's all useless. Nothing ever changes in this damn place. I could speak to Ketir. I don't think he'll be indifferent to his suffering. There's no point. Ketir's just like the rest of us. He doesn't change. Why do you have so many weapons? I collect ancient Sarkorian artifacts and study their history. We all find ways to escape the monotony of life in this temple. If we don't, I think we'd lose our minds. Anyway, this is what I do. Thanks to Cabreri's cultists, there's plenty of material for me to study, though it's somewhat lacking in variety. Tell me about the atrocities. You must have seen them. When the demons realized that the inhabitants of Iz were fleeing down the river, cultists of Cabreri, Lord of Ghouls, disturbed the slumber of the noble chieftains who were sent to their rest in the lake near the temple. Chieftains sailed on ornate barges to Pelura's temple and then were sent into the waterfall. The waterfall is all dried up now, of course, but at the time it was part of the ritual ceremony. When they were placed on their final journey, the chieftains were dressed in their best armor, and their most prized weapons were placed at their side. They were also given a ritual dagger with an epitaph on its hilt.
According to the legends, the great chieftains were just sleeping, and they would awaken whenever Sarkorius was threatened. Ragnar chuckled sadly. The legends were true in a manner of speaking. They woke up, and thanks to the demons, they destroyed everyone who stood in their way. They still can't rest in peace, although the Tiltas have long since abandoned these lands. Luckily, the undead kill demons too, so in some strange way, I suppose our ancestors are protecting us. It must be nice to have somewhere to go. Oh, man. Hello. I discovered Katair's secret. He followed the rules just like everyone else and severed all ties with his family. He did everything he could to make Ymyrus think he was dead. He even went so far as to dig his own grave by the stone tree. Tariel stares at you in stunned silence. Finally, he manages to speak. Katair, always with such wild ideas. Even when he was young, you could never do anything by halves. Tariel sighs. I probably judge others by what is in my own heart. If I could send a message to my family, if I could see them again, I wouldn't give a damn about the temple's rules. I begged Katair to let me go outside with him, so I could see my wife and children, at least secretly. I begged him. I was so angry. I reminded him that if I hadn't introduced him to Ymyrus in the Midsummer Fest, he wouldn't even be married. I was selfish. The pain of thinking I would never see my family again nearly drove me out of my mind. And all the while I was tormenting my best friend, trying to make him feel guilty for depriving me of happiness. When I found out that he'd been going to the stone tree, I immediately imagined him going to see Ymyrus, where I dreamed of seeing my own wife. I hated him for 70 years. The whole time I pretended he didn't exist. I lost my family and then I lost my friend. I doomed myself to bitter loneliness. Katair, I must go to him immediately and ask for his forgiveness. Thank you, Commander. You've given my friend back to me. Now for you two. Aren't you afraid of being seen together? If the truth came out, I'd die of terror, but for some reason I feel braver than ever. Christy looks at him tenderly. We're meant for one another. Our destiny has been written in the stars, and they're never wrong. God, that sounds like something a person who breaks up with her boyfriend every other week would actually say. I told Alejandra about everything. She's fine with it. Alejandra agreed to change the rules for us? That doesn't sound like her. I'll point out she also made the rule for you. But I guess we have all changed over the years. Thank you. We'll never forget the kindness you and the High Priestess have shown us. The defiance fades from Christry's eyes. I don't know how you convinced her, but I think you've worked a miracle. I guess Alejandra really does care about us. I admit I was wrong. Thank you. Okay, where's Katair again? Over here. Right. Talk to him about that. I want to talk about Ragnar. Katair chuckles grimly. Whenever I hear the name Ragnar, I expect another tearful plea to help let him enlist. Is that why you're here? He's suffering. He's the soul of a warrior, and he'll waste away if he cannot follow the path his heart desires. Why do I want to give him a chance? Because I was young once and lived on dreams. Katair chuckles grimly, but there's a wistful look in his eyes. And also because talented stargazers are more useful to us than a fighter. After all, we're here at Pelluris Falls to gain knowledge from the stars. That's the primary goal of our work. I mean, come on, just let him work out with you. Katair hesitates. Though he tries to remain stern, you get the feeling it's mostly for show. I agree, he says at last, to give the boy a chance. He may join as a new recruit and begin his training. Alejandra will probably not be too happy that I've allowed one of her stargazers to be distracted from stargazing, but she's too soft to object. It's settled then. I won't let Ragnar leave these walls until he proves himself ready. The call of one's heart is a serious matter, but such calls often fade after daily drills and a few painful blisters. Yeah, that's about what I expected, honestly. Okay, Ragnar, you are hanging out over here. No, that's Tariel. This is Ragnar. Really? But how did you convince him? Wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Ragnar can barely contain his excitement. Alright, I have to focus. I can't let you and Katair down. I'll start training immediately. Thank you. You give me a second chance at life and I'll never forget it. Okay, next we go over here. And talk to the lady who's really, really, really into daggers. Like, uncomfortably into daggers. And then... what else?
Take a look.
Oh, hello. Hold on a second. Let me deal with you first. What's this? Oh, right. It's the old Arcane book. Okay, how many daggers do I have? Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I'm missing 2. I'm missing 2 someplace.
There are many roads to success.
I guess I'll have to run around outside real quick and find them. Oh, I did find that note. Aha! How about that? I thought there was a note about that from the place, but I didn't remember if I had it or not. Hello. There's been no betrayal, just misunderstanding. And finally, I guess I'll go tell the dwarf. Do I break the bad news to him? I guess so. I guess I'll break the bad news to him. I found Ranhild's doll. Family tried to make an escape to Plur's temple, but... For a while, Odin is silent. He stares down at his hands. But why? His voice is dull and lifeless. Why'd they come here? They're so close, and we are hiding behind the walls the whole time, not even daring to breathe. We didn't help them. Alden looks up, his face deadly calm. Oh, that settles it. If it had been where I was supposed to be with my family, I'd be lying in a grave right now. I should not be alive. No, Alden. You survive for a reason. You need to live. Your knowledge of the stars will help us close the wound. Your family will be avenged, and so will Sarkoris. But only if we stay alive. Only if we fight. Don't leave us, Odin. Keep on fighting. A sudden resolve fills Odin's eyes, and he squares his shoulders. You're right. If not us, then who? We'll show these monsters they can't get away with attacking our families, our children. I'll do everything in my power as a stargazer to help you. But first, I'll get the bottle of wine I've been hiding away for a special occasion, and call everyone together for it to mark a day of remembrance. We gazed at the stars for so long, afraid to look back at those we left behind. We started to forget why we're fighting. I made a decision. On the day of remembrance, we'll drink and reminisce about all we've been through. We'll cry. We'll laugh. Because after everything, we're still alive, right? Yes, we're alive and we'll fight. Thank you, Commander. Make sure you don't forget the people you're fighting for. Alright, well that takes care of everything. Except for the daggers. Let's go find the 21 ceremonial daggers real quick. I'm missing 2. 2 daggers missing. Where are they going to be? God, I don't know, man. I thought I found all of them. Maybe there's a body I didn't strip clean. There's some boats. I suppose one thing I could do is I could sell junk to the lady there.
There are many roads to success.
So if I get any of these random items that I don't need, I can sell them off to her. There's nothing up top. Oh, there's an item here I didn't get. Nope, it's nothing.
Focus on the goal.
I'm the best.
You're pretty good, Greybor. I wouldn't say you're the best, but you're pretty good. Oh. Oh, okay. That explains it. Alright. Thank you for the heads up. Alright, in that case, let's get down there.
I'm the best.
You're pretty good, Greybor. You're pretty good. I'm still gonna grab this loot, though. I might as well since it's right here. I mostly just wish I could turn in those daggers. Like, I don't want to carry those daggers around all the time. I don't want to have to remember that I have them. Also, hi, this Ad Sports Twitch. How are you doing?
There are many roads to success.
Lady was over here. That's where it was. Here, have some weapons and armor. Somebody will probably want it. I got nothing out of it. Yeah, I mostly mean, like, I just don't want to carry them around. I've got 19 daggers in my inventory, and I don't want to, like, dump them off in a chest or something and forget. Or have to go back to Dresden to grab them. I've spoken to the inhabitants of the temple and fulfilled all their requests. It's time to begin the ritual. Well then, let's go to the temple, and may the power of Pelor help us find that which we have lost. Come closer and show us the angel's sword. Such a beautiful, wonderful light. May it be a beacon to guide us. Cool. Eliandra massages her temples as she emerges from the trance. It worked. But everything was so strange. I saw a place, and the road that leads to it, it's to the south of here, within the boundaries of the world wound. But I didn't see Targona. Something separates us from her. She's not on a different plane, and yet she's not fully on this plane either. However, there's one thing I can say with certainty. The creator of the sword is not dead. Her heart still beats.
Praise heaven! Thank you, righteous Eliandra, and you, champion! Is it possible that I can be reunited with my dear sister and companion? This day is joyful indeed.
I'm afraid this day is not as joyful as you may think, Angel. My scouts have just returned. There's an unknown detachment moving in this direction. They look like cultists, and they're coming straight towards us. Like they know we're here. I'm not sure what's going on, but we have to stop them.
But someone have discovered the secret of Pelor's fall. My heart is filled with worry for the temple and its brave inhabitants, champion. We must go and help Katair.
Eliandra grows pale. Yes, please go with him. You're the Knight Commander of the Crusade, and Katair is our faithful ranger and protector. Surely together you can hold off the cultists. With the Herald of Iomedae, the Lightbringer should remain here. We cannot risk him being seen outside the temple. I'll go gather the soldiers and then follow the commander and Katair. Do you think they could have followed us here?
I can't say for sure, but we should expect the worst.
We may have been followed, but that doesn't mean they've discovered our secret. And even if they have, we might be able to stop them before they can send back a report of our location. That's why we must take action, and quickly. Let's go! Alright, let's rock and or roll. Not both, though. Both is a little much for these days. It's too hot out. It's 80 degrees out. You wouldn't rock and or roll in a temperature above like 75. That just makes you very uncomfortable. Seems the undead may solve our problem for us. What undead?
Siri, have mercy on us. We may have failed you, but we ask you to save us.
These really cultists? Damn it, I don't want to watch the undead kill innocent people. Why were you guys out here? Suspicious travelers. Plagued Smilodon. Okay, cultists. Exhausted by their battle with the undead, the alleged cultists sit in wary silence. Only one of them dares to speak up. He seems to be the de facto leader of the group.
Mercy! Mercy! We ask for mercy!
His shoulders droop slightly, though he tries to appear confident. And in that moment, you suddenly realize you've seen him before. He was in the vision you had when you were in the caves near Canabras. This tall half-elf was among those who betrayed Lariel and offered prayers to the monster that killed him. These past years have aged him, and he is no longer young. Yet despite his gray hair and worn features, his manner and bearing have not changed. You looked at the fallen angel in your vision with the same mixture of boldness and uncertainty that you see before you now.
Who are you? State your names!
Katir does not lower his weapon, and his gaze is stern and unyielding. I recognize him. The one who begs for mercy was among the traitors who lured the angel Lariel into a trap. The leader of the cultists turned pale at the sound of Lariel's name. His lips tremble, but he seems to have lost the ability to speak.
What? Traitors and demon worshippers here? We shouldn't have helped them. We must finish what the undead started.
Katir, stop! We can't kill those who beg humbly for mercy, or we will be no better than the demons. When I look into their souls, I see grief, fear, and repentance, not evil. We must take them to the temple and heal them, then ask questions.
Damn, priestess, are you out of your mind? You revealed our secret to total strangers!
Alejandra speaks softly so that only you and Katir can hear. Sam Chedlovsky, forgive me. And you, Katir, as well. You are a great warrior, the best we have. But I cannot take your side in this. If I went along with you, I would be ashamed to see my own reflection in the holy waters of Pelura. The priestess raises her voice. I am the high priestess of Pelura's Fall. Guards, I order you to take these people to the temple. And on the subject of secrets, Commander, you should talk to the prisoner yourself. I believe you too will see the truth of his heart and the absence of evil in his soul. Ah, there we go. One of them. Ah, there's the other one. No, what? Okay, well, I'm missing a dagger. I have 20 out of 21. Hey, Vigdis. Yeah, that's all I need. Just dump that stuff off at you. She's a bank. She's a bank.
Keep your calm.
Oh, there's two in the temple? Oh. Oh, wait, I bet I know where the other one is. No, it's not.
There are many roads to success.
Okay. Oh, hi, Vadenoid 2. How are you doing? Do you know if I take the Scald Heavy Armor skill and put on Mithril Heavy Armor, which is your average to my Persian, will I fail mystical Scald spells? Bad English. Don't worry about it. I kind of got what you're going for. No. I believe that you'll be fine. Scald has the ability to cast in armor, so it doesn't matter what you're wearing, you'll still be able to cast your spells. Yeah, I think you can cast your mythic spells while you're wearing armor as a Scald. There is no problem. But what you can do is, if you have a save, you could just save and check. But I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that you can cast armor. You can cast spells as a Scald while wearing heavy armor. The fact that it's mithril wouldn't change anything. Mithril does not change anything. It's only the type of armor, and if it's heavy armor, then it's heavy armor, regardless if it's made of mithril or adamantine or anything. So, anyway, the simple answer is it should work. Sorry for pressuring you like I did, but I had no choice. I'm responsible for the safety of this temple. Allow me to do my duty, Eliandra. Please, my righteous companions, now is not the time for dissension. Okay, where are they?
Focus on the goal.
Nothing. Okay.
Keep your calm.
Also, as for the second dagger, I'm not sure where it would be. Unless it's in here? Could be in here. I thought I got everything down here, but it's possible. No, not. Anyway, hopefully that answered your question properly, Vadanoy.
Focus on the goal.
Over here, maybe? Ah, there they are. Hello. The cultist looks up at you, his face worn and haggard. The Temple of Pelura, how strange. I didn't think it had survived. Tell me, who you are and what part you played in the death of Angel Lariel. The cultist looks down at the floor. My name actually doesn't matter. I don't want to reveal the name of my clan and bring shame upon it. And my own main name means nothing. Oh, it's at the beginning. Okay. I'll go check there in a second then. My own name means nothing. I'm a Sarkorian by birth, but I came to Mendev with refugees when I was a child. I grew up in an orphanage at Iomede's temple, but when I was old enough I joined the Crusaders there. I was a good scout, inquisitive, daring, not afraid to go into the most dangerous places. At least that's what my commanding officers thought. In truth, though, I've just always been drawn to the forbidden and dangerous. When an angel came to my commanding officer and asked him for a few people to accompany him on a dangerous mission, they chose me. The angel wanted to find the outcasts, the first crusaders who either succumbed to demonic corruption or were accidentally infected. These outcasts then gave birth to mutated children. According to the rumors, they sought refuge in the caves beneath Canabras, away from the judging eyes and pyres. I was sent there to look for any traces of their presence, and those caves are deadly, an immense labyrinth of passages running deeper and deeper, all the way down to the Darklands. And after hearing of the angel's plan to descend into that place, someone decided to make it his grave. I probably have no right to ask for forgiveness, but what I've done, but I was very young. I never liked being a crusader. Rising early in the morning, training and marching in formation. I've been forced to do that my whole life. In the orphanage where I grew up, all the children were made to march like little soldiers as soon as they could walk. But he promised something different, something new. He said we shouldn't be afraid of demons. Sure, narrow-minded prigs claimed the demons were murderers and destroyers, but that wasn't true. Demons were actually strong and free, and they were ready to share their power and freedom with any who would join them, and I believed him. I often thought about how Aurilu Vorlish, an ordinary Sarkorian like me, ascended to incredible heights after she chose to serve Dascari. If I worked for her, I thought, why not me? So I agreed to betray the angel. I lied to him, told him I'd found the outcast he was looking for, and lured him into a trap. I mean, he wasn't wrong. He was pretty close. Do you feel remorse for your actions? Yes and no. There's a fine line between remorse and disillusionment. The cultist shakes his head wearily. He gave me power just as he promised. I spent years in the cult of Dascari enjoying that power and basking in the adoration of the weak. And yet, well, I saw so many crusaders who fought with honor until the very end. When I looked into their eyes, I remember the proud, noble spirit of the angel that I had betrayed. I missed the camaraderie, the sincerity. 70 years is a long time, even for a half-elf, and I see many things differently now than when I did when I was young. Who's he? The cultist shudders slightly and whispers, He's the Echo. The Echo of Dascari. He's an avatar of the great demon lord, his archpriest. He once led the fight against the god Eridan, but was defeated. He's never forgotten or forgiven those responsible for his humiliation. The cultist hangs his head, and he knows you're here. He was the one who guided us to this place. He brought us to the wasteland and told us to move forward in search of the unknown. I know that the Herald of the Lightbringer is here with you somewhere. Warn him. Warn him that the Echoes knows he is here. That is all I can do for you. Okay. So first off, let's go over here and take a look at some mushrooms.
Something is
Oh, there it is. Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you for the help. That's actually the first time I've ever gotten all those. Usually I just grab them and then sell them. Or stuff whatever ones I find in the box because I just don't want to bother with it. I got the daggers. God, look at all those. The priestess accepts the ritual weapons with awe. Thank you. Now that their bodies have been spared from the curse of undeath, we can pray for the well-being of their souls. I'll prepare a ceremony to honor our chieftains and after we fulfill the request made by you in the hand of the inheritor, of course. For now, please accept this gift as a sign of my gratitude. Alright, go talk to the hand. You hear the distant sounds of conversation. Eliandra and Katair appear to be having an intense discussion. Their voices are not raised, but you can feel the tension between them, like a gathering storm that could break at any moment. I've already apologized for using my powers as the High Priestess to pressure you like I did. If I had to intervene, you would have brought harm to these poor, miserable people. I can read the souls of others when I looked at them. I saw no evil, only fear and grief. Enough, Priestess. I don't mind you giving me a tongue lashing. You can scold me as much as you want. I won't be offended. But do not expect me to forget about my duty. I'm responsible for the safety of this temple, and that safety is threatened by those cultists. We need to interrogate them, and if by necessary, torture them until they reveal the truth of how they came to be here. Was it by chance or by choice? Even if it's the former, we cannot. Letting the go is out of the question. They may not have any evil intentions, but they still cannot be trusted. If they prove their innocence, they will remain here as prisoners. My righteous friend, your words are an endless circle. You have gone round and round.
We're no closer to making a decision.
I've learned important information. The leader of the cultists served the Echo of Discari, and that monster knows the hand is here.
The Echo of Discari.
The herald sounds strangely subdued, and his voice is grim.
This is an enemy I know. The Echo is a terrible monster and a formidable foe. You are his equal. He is an avatar of Discari, alike in form, but possessing an independent consciousness and unrelenting malice. Is he responsible for Lariel's death? No, don't bother with a reply. I already know the answer.
You see, Eliandra? We've let a serpent inside our house, a servant of a demonic beast. Let me interrogate him along with the others. They showed up outside our walls at the exact same time as the Herald and the Knight Commander. I do not believe they came here by accident. Enough, Katir. I forbid you from conducting an interrogation. Not just for the sake of those poor people, but for your sake as well. Your soul is pure and devoted to duty, but every time you justify bad behavior for a good cause, you take a step toward evil. Priestess and sermons and priestesses. Since we seem to be paying compliments, now I'll give you some of my own. I know that you're practically a saint, Eliandra. You all believe in the importance of this mission. But it's not just the will of Pelura that keeps us here, it is also you. Your leadership inspires us, but sometimes holiness is not enough. Sometimes someone just has to get their hands dirty and do what needs to be done. The cultists wish to atone. Fine, I'll make sure our cultist friends get a feast in soft feather beds. Katir turns sharply and walks away.
Discord among allies. Such a thing weighs on me heavily.
Somebody help! It's a cultist, the one who didn't want to give his name. He started shaking, whispering something, and then his haze surrounded him. All the guards around him lost consciousness, and he got up and started walking toward the temple entrance like he was leaving. We don't know what to do. We need to go there at once. Make haste. Lord, protect us. Let's get out of here quickly. Prevent the calamity.
I'm up for an adventure.
Get out of here. Gotta stop him before he leaves. He conducted a summoning ritual. What have you done, fool? Whom did you summon? Forgive me, I'm so sorry. It's for our companions. They didn't do anything. They believe we were looking for shelter in Dresden. See them too, and I will die. I'll become a worm in the abyss. I deserve nothing more. You recognize the monster that towers over the cultist's blood-soaked body. You've seen this beast before. It appeared in a vision you had about the death of Lariel. When you were in the caves beneath Canabras, the monster looks like Discari, a hideous cross between human and locust. It sways on thin legs as its head turns from side to side. However, it does not seem to be frightened or aggressive. On the contrary, it seems strangely calm, as if completely unaffected by its current surroundings.
In anticipation of your questions, I will provide you with some answers. Yes, you have fallen into my trap. Even you fell for it, hand of the upstart. It has been many years since I caught your angel in the caves beneath Canabras and allowed him to leave his flaming sword in the stone. He promised that sooner or later, someone would remove it, and I decided to believe him. I kept a watch on the sword.
Oh. The sound of its voice changes, just like it did in your vision. The voice is low then high, old and then young.
I have watched and waited all these years. Waited for the promise to come true. For the sword's new owner to bring me to you. To take me to the secret temple. You protected it well. In fact, the temple is still hidden from my sight, but I do not need to see the temple in order to destroy it. I simply need to know where it is.
Alejandra turns pale, and there's a feverish light in her eyes. Echo of Discari, I presume?
Knight Commander. That is how one ought to address you, yes. I've been watching you for a long time, and I already know how, when, and where I'm going to kill you. Mortal children like to tear the wings off of flies and butterflies, and I, in turn, like to have my fun with the inheritors' pets.
The monster looks at you and narrows its eyes.
Silence, Echo! You fiend! Do you think I do not see your secret desire? Eredin overthrew you. He brought his hand down upon you and crushed you like a gnat. Since that day, you have nursed your resentment and jealousy, letting them fester within you. You are too much of a coward for honest combat. You prefer to ambush your prey, striking from the shadows. I will put an end to this. I will put an end to you. And you will take the secret of Pelura's fall with you to your grave.
The herald's voice shakes with righteous anger.
There is so much you do not see, Herald.
Suddenly, the Echo stops short. His head twitches from side to side, then falls forward onto his chest. His hands hang down limply like a doll. Time seems to slow as he stands there unmoving. The air grows thick and heavy. Then the Echo raises his head, turning it from side to side as if assessing his surroundings. As you look into his blank eyes, you realize it is no longer the Echo who stares back out at you, but someone entirely different.
Let's see. The stench of the upper planes and the abyss. Colorful flashes. Magic that deflects the gaze and obscures the vision. It must be Pelura, the mistress of bright lights, who has tried to hide her temple in my domain. How could you let such a thing happen, Iomade, the imposter? Don't you feel sorry for your angelic allies? You should have just ordered them to serve their priest up on a platter to me. The end result would be the same.
The herald's knuckles are white as he grips the hilt of his sword. However, the angel remains silent. Is that Discari?
I do not know the limits of his power, but if he decides to attack, I will protect you, even if it costs me my life. I will do my best to carry you to a safe place.
So, my Echo has found the Temple of Pelura. I wouldn't call it an achievement, but it's not bad for a magnet molded from the souls and bodies of mortals. What else? Gold, light, a sweet smell. It all seems suspiciously like heaven. Well then, Iomade the imposter, whom have you sent? Could it be your herald? And your new pet from Canabras? Or have I already killed that one? I lose track of such things. There are so many of them fussing about with their halos and wings, babbling their long, arduous prayers to some self-proclaimed goddess. Will you ever get tired of sending your favorites to the slaughter?
The Echo continues to twitch limply as the voice grows stronger.
Nothing to say, imposter? One day I will knock on the doors of heaven and you will have to answer. So remain silent for now and observe. Today there will be no bloodshed. I will send the Echo back to the abyss right now.
You feel the strange, oppressive presence suddenly disappear. The Echo remains still, frozen, as if in a trance.
You will not take our secret to the abyss, you monster!
Your main flaw is predictability, pawns of heaven. I already know your next move, your methods, your plans of defense. I know how to catch you off guard, and it's as simple as catching a bird in a cage. I will return to the abyss as my lord has ordered, but I am not retreating in defeat. I am carrying off my prey. The screams of your stupid priestess will haunt your every waking moment, and thoughts of her will taunt you in the silence of the night. She will be my entertainment until you are within my grasp.
Well, shit.
Damn the demons and their cunning guile! The Echo escaped with a prisoner and I could do nothing to stop it! I was only able to protect you! The Echo of Discovery doesn't want to face me in a fair fight, so he attacks my friends and allies!
The Echo of Discovery has taken Eliandra. She was the heart of Pelura's fall. Now that heart has been ripped out. Why is the Echo coming for you?
My Lady Iomade inherited the throne of heaven from the great Aradin. The same Aradin who overthrew the Echo and stopped Discovery's last attempt to break through to Galarian. This is why the Echo hates anything and anyone associated with Aradin's legacy. And of course that legacy includes Iomade. As her herald, I just happened to be first in line.
Discovery himself showed up.
I wouldn't say he spoke to us.
The angel gesticulates angrily.
He was addressing my celestial lady Iomade. You must have thought she was watching us. The Demon Lord never wastes his time communicating with mortals or even with celestials. He barely notices us, or at least pretends not to.
Why didn't the Echo fight?
That is not easy to explain without delving more deeply into the nature of demons, and more specifically the Echo of Discovery.
The Hand of the Inheritor speaks slowly as if he's reluctant to continue.
Demons are created by the Abyss to have a single purpose. They are made to destroy, desecrate, and torture. But the Echo of Discovery is not a real demon. His monstrous creator used his own power and the souls of his mortal followers to make the Echo into what he is today. He was not born in the Abyss, but on Galarian, and Discovery wanted to use him as a way to open a way into the world. I have faced this monster before and have defeated him in many battles, but his soul is infinitely violent, filled with pride, a pride that has been wounded. The Echo suffered a terrible defeat at the hands of Aradin, and was exiled to the Abyss, vanquished and disgraced. Then his pride took another blow when a simple human witch, Aureliu Vorlish, succeeded where he had failed. She opened the way for demonic hordes into the mortal world. So if you wish to understand the Echo, you must understand that he is wounded and angry, eager to have revenge for all his grievances and defeats. And that's why it's not enough for him to simply kill his enemies, even when he can easily overpower them. He wants those who stand against him to suffer and thrash in helpless rage, just as he did. That's why he chose not to fight, and why he did not bring a horde of demons with him, even though he has them at his command. No, he wants sadness and terror to poison our soul. He wants our hearts to be heavy with grief when we think about the ally he has stolen from us. The Echo wants our minds to be filled with the horrors and tortures of the Abyss, so that when we sleep, the screams of pain and prayers for help become the nightmares that wake us from our slumber.
The angel trails off. Damn it, Angel. Do you want me to howl with rage and sadness? Eliandra is in the hands of that monster and I can't even rush to her rescue, because I now bear sole responsibility for our entire community. Now that demons know the temple exists, they had to go. Katir laughs grimly. I'll speak with everyone. If necessary, organize a retreat to safety. However, I can tell you that none of them will wish to flee. If I ask them to save themselves, the answer will be no. We have given too much to this mission. We cannot abandon it now. We must finish it for Pelura, for the memory of Sarkoris, and for the entire world. We will stay in this temple for as long as it takes to finish our work, even if we have to fend off the demons. Besides, even if the demons know our exact location of the temple, Pelura's patronage still shields our sanctuary from their eyes. We will stand our ground. I have faith. What can we do to save the Echo's victim?
They went to the Abyss, to the Rasping Rifts, the dominions of his lord. Even if our heralds wish it, we cannot simply rush in after him. Incursions into the Abyss are 100 times more dangerous than anything you faced before, champion. So dangerous I'd risk not sending you there unless it was absolutely necessary.
The angel sighs heavily.
I will return you to Dresden, and then I will help send a message to heaven. If I turn to the sources of wisdom, perhaps I will find something that will help. You must not lose hope, no matter how dire things may seem. And I would ask you, mighty champion, to look for Targona the Angel. He is a light that must shine among the ranks of the Crusaders once more. One day we will finally give the Echo of Discari what he deserves. Then we'll save everyone he has ever threatened. But now it's time for us to return to Dresden, champion, and prepare for war.
Well, so much for staving off the calamity. That didn't seem to go well. Did you learn anything about Plur's Fall? Not yet, says the angel, sadness clear in his voice. My heavenly mistress does not answer my call. She is clearly occupied by other matters and concerns. So far, I've learned nothing of use from my fellow angels, but they're seeking knowledge of the Echo and where he takes his victims. I still have hope that we can save his victim. However, this matter cannot be permitted to overshadow the importance of the crusade, no matter how personal it may be for you and me. Stopping the demons is our main goal. Tracking down the Echo and saving our allies, alas, is not. What? Okay, that was very long. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Like, I thought it was just gonna, like, go, yeah, I'll do the Sanctum, bish bash bosh, do the hovel, bish bash bosh, done. Instead, I haven't even gotten to the hovel yet, and it's been 6 hours. Jeez. Okay. Anyway, oh, God. That's where we're gonna leave it for today, I think. Next time, I guess, will be hovel, and, you know, whatever else is going on. I gotta go deal with Arilu's lab, and then side quests are gonna show up, too. At some point. So that's that. As always, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back with this again on Sunday. And tomorrow I will also be streaming slightly later than normal and slightly shorter than normal. That's just due to some stuff I've got going on. Same thing's going to go on Friday. Going to have to do it a little bit later than I'd like to start, but I also don't know what I'm going to be playing tomorrow or Friday, so that gives me a little bit more time to figure it out. Anyway, I'll be back again with this on Sunday and next week. So Sunday's probably going to be actually dealing with Arilu's lab and all that stuff, and then time after that will be Midnight Fane into Illusionera. And Illusionera, I think I can clear in like 2 days. This is taking much longer than I expected is all. Anyway, before I disappear, let's see. Anyone streaming I can just send a quick raid over to? Oh, you know what? Let's see, who started recently? Let's send you over to this person who just started and is doing like a chat build thing with channel points. So go say hi to White3Y3. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, evening, what have you. And see you next time.